come together to do the work of this great city. We thank you for the opportunity. We thank you for the ones that think it not robbery to put their efforts and their energies into making this a better city. We ask now, Lord, that all things that happen in this meeting will be held in decent and honor, and that we will all be able to do the things that will increase our great city's expanse. And these things we ask in your Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
The pledge allegiance by the Vice Mayor.
Hand over heart, veterans, Bible salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
All right, any allegiances or modifications to our meeting?
We have proclamations.
Proclamations and proclamation. Where we can put that? We do it first. Proclamation. Okay, let's do that. All right. Public forum. Public forum is the opportunity for all the citizens that would like to have express an opinion or just say how they feel and be about anything. You have 3 minutes, and what about you have?
Did we do deletions and?
Yes, we just your proclamation.
We just added one.
Well, I needed to add a couple.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to add a discussion about our finance, department
Okay,
and city hall.
finance and city hall. We'll make that.
You know, would you like to add?
Maybe a fairly important.
Yeah, deletions and modifications, city hall.
Are we gonna have a public hearing or presentation?
Okay. City hall. Write it down first. And what was the other one, Commissioner Bishop?
Finance department and city hall.
City hall. Okay. 8. You wanna make it 8G? And FGH is City Hall is G.
Oh, city hall is G.
Finance Department, would you rather that first?
No.
Okay. Finance Department would be GH. Okay. All right.
Mine now.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Volusia County Community Assistance.
We'll make it CHI 8I. Community,
Volusia County Community Assistance.
okay.
BCCA.
Anyone else? hereby proclaim October as Domestic Abuse Awareness Month in Volusia County and encouraging all citizens to join together in supporting survivors of domestic violence, recognizing the invaluable work of the Domestic Abuse Council and the commitment to making our community free from abuse. So let us stand united in the pursuit of justice, healing, and the prevention of domestic violence in all forms, so that all families in Volusia County can live safely at home. I've signed this today. City Hall. I'm sorry? Consent agenda. Where is that fit? Next page. Consent agenda. Consent agenda is the commission to approve the following. Approve the following presentation, not presentation, but the agenda. Is there any motion for that? Discussion?
I make the motion that we accept the minutes as presented for September 11th and September 25th.
Second?
I will second.
Okay. Before we vote, is there any comments from the board?
Yes, I do have, I have some comments.
Go ahead.
On September 25th. Yes, September 25th, on E, no, 3, sorry. I believe the Pledge of Allegiance was, led by Roger, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
And for 4A, another small housekeeping, the third to last slide, it says approving the millage rate of 6.88, which is, or is which than the rollback rate. So I think we just need to say which is greater than the rollback rate. Minor housekeeping.
Thank you. Paying attention to details. Any comments?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, sir.
Ron Perry, 451 West Michigan. I know we're approving 2 minutes all at once. I didn't see any mention where, when we're doing the budget, as Charlene mentioned, that reminded me on compliance by not having it posted 48 hours, and you said you were uncomfortable with it. It doesn't have that in the minutes at all. I'd like to know what the resolution was at and why was it put in the minutes if you think we had a legal problem with the way we did it.
Thank you. That brought up, Scott wasn't here, and whatever we had to correct, we said it would be cured.
Who was,
Excuse me?
who was posted?
It was posted? Okay, that was the question, whether or not it was posted or not. In fact, it was, so it actually cured itself. Anyone else?
Just so everybody understands, the minutes that get presented to us do not have to be word for word verbatim, but what is presented has to be correct, and that's why Heather made those 2 adjustments to it, to correct those parts that were presented.
That's a good point. In other words, our minutes are not verbatim. They're basically a summary of things that we said. If there's anything to be corrected, it would be at that particular point.
I need to change my motion to make it as adjusted, since there
I
was
think
corrections.
the vote would just be yes, and then,
Doesn't mean.
yeah, just as the amendments to that.
I changed my motion to make it as amended.
So is there a second? Second is in place. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So we are in that point. We're down to presentations to the commissioners. They have a letter that I sent late last night to Scott. You all have a copy of it.
have an insurance component. So you understand that there's been some action, with the city hall and maybe possibly some other structures that you have seen and some that you probably have not seen. We basically are experts at working with and through private insurance carriers in order to make sure that there's a full and comprehensive and complete coverage. Javier and I have worked together over the last decade and plus, and we've covered, tens of millions of dollars for our clients. We would like to be able to at least take a look. You all are at a precipice whereby you have but probably less than 24 hours at this point in order to preserve your right to be able to factually and professionally at least look to see if there is an opportunity for some additional recovery from your private insurance. From our understanding, to date, you have not submitted a claim, and that is and the statute of limitations historically was 5 years. Then the insurance carriers moved to make it 3, then they moved to make it 2, and now it's down to 1 year. So the 1 year anniversary will be tomorrow. So we are indeed at the 11th hour. And I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Delgado so we can use more information.
Thank you. So, what Mark just mentioned is that you have only 1 year to notice to the insurance company that you are making a claim. That will expire tomorrow, for you all here. You still have time.
Mark, would you get this thing on? Speak for yourself.
So to notify your insurance company that you have a claim, you have less than 24 hours essentially to do that. Tomorrow is the deadline. Now that doesn't mean that, that your claim essentially is going to be X dollars. The truth is you don't know yet because you need to investigate, to what extent you have a claim. Is your claim above the deductible? Is your claim below the deductible? What are the damaged properties and so on? So there's still plenty of time to do that, but you have to notify the insurance company, by tomorrow that you are proceeding to investigate and submitting a claim. That will give you the extra time that you need to then investigate the extent of your claim. Our law firm, has been doing this for 40 years, since 1985. We're a nationwide law firm. Our main office is in Tampa, and we have an office in Jacksonville, one in West Palm Beach as well. In terms of, being able to evaluate the damages, that is something that we would do at no cost to any client. At the end of the day, the damages exceed the deductible, and we would get with the client and explain what the damages are, the fact that they are above the deductible, and then we will proceed with then submitting that claim to the insurance carrier. We're paid on the results of our work. We're not paid on an hourly basis or anything like that. And if we investigate that there are no damages, ultimately if the damages do not exceed your deductible, then there's no cost to the city or any client, and we close our file, and that's it. So in our opinion, there's really no loss whatsoever if your claim isn't there. There's nothing to do. But if you don't notify your insurance carrier before tomorrow that you are pursuing, at least submitting and investigating an insurance claim, then you will not ever have the opportunity to even investigate whether or not you have a claim. And if you have damages that exceed the deductible, you will not be paid on those damages. Not for working well. Any questions?
Any questions or comments?
Yes, so I'd like to know, you said it was no cost, but then you said you're paid on results, so what does it mean, paid on results? Is it a portion, is it a flat rate fee?
It's
By hour?
It's a percentage, and it's a continuous percentage, which means that if there's, then there's nothing owed to us, nothing to you. If there is a claim, we submit the claim, the insurance company then pays the claim, we'll pay a percentage, of the recovery on your claim.
Okay, and you say, to submit a claim, what does it mean, to submit a claim?
Sure.
I just wanna make sure that's clearly laid out, is that just submitting a claim to the insurance company, or is it taking them to court, submitting a claim in court, what does it?
Sure, so there's different stages. The first stage that will expire tomorrow will be that you all have to, obviously someone on behalf of the city has to go ahead and notify the insurance company of the we would then hire the experts necessary to evaluate what the damages are from the hurricane, if any. At the end of the day, what we have experienced through our experts and representing other clients is that Hurricane Milton's wind pressures were double what they were Hurricane Ian, especially in the middle of Florida, which was significant. And so, if we identify damages, we have to evaluate one of the values of damages. What are the damages? We compare that to your policy, compare that to your deductibles. If the damages exceed your deductible, we would then put a claim package together, which is opinions from engineers. That would be an estimate based on the opinions from the engineers. The estimate would reflect what the engineers found. We would then typically, depending on your policy, submit what's called a proof of loss with all that information. So that is submitting the claim. And then at the end of the day, our hope would be to reach a settlement with the insurance carrier. If the insurance carrier ultimately decides that, they disagree and they don't want to pay the claim, then we would file a lawsuit, obviously, on their behalf, and then get the claim paid in the litigation process. And there are ADR options. I have to look at the policy specifically, but there's also the possibility of mediation is always an option. Of course, the parties have to agree. Sometimes the policy has what's called appraisal, which is an alternative dispute resolution method. It's an appraisal process, and that's a different process altogether. And sometimes there's even arbitration in insurance policies. And the truth is, we would represent you in all of those ADR processes.
Okay, and my last question is, you said that we would notify the insurance company that we have a claim, but as of right now, we don't know what that claim is. So what does that process look like, or how does that work?
Yes, ma'am. You have to let them know that you are interested in opening a claim and that you are pursuing an investigation to determine, the value of the damages from Hurricane Milton. So the key words would be that, you're sending an email to your agent or broker, you're letting them know that you're opening a Milton claim and that you want the Milton claim investigated, not only are you going to investigate the claim, you'd like them to investigate the Milton claim as well. And that would give you the ability to then have time to actually evaluate what's happening. Right.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. I know I said that was my last one, but I just thought of something. I'm struck by the fact that we are in the 11th hour, and so I'm curious as to why this process has not come about sooner, so that we had a little time to mull this over, and just, kind of curious about that process as well.
Sure. So, in speaking with Mark, with Align Strategies, he's had the opportunity to speak with some of the leadership in the city to identify that there are some areas that, are, at the very least, have some damage of some sort. And so it's one of those situations where, well, do we know what caused the damage? Do we know specifics from Milton? And we're just learning about ourselves. So, unfortunately, the insurance carriers, the little lobbyists and so on, have reduced the time to report a claim. The time to report a claim used to be as high as 5 years. And in every, other session, it gets whittled down. I don't expect it to be less than 12 months, but we're at the lowest point of what is, what a consumer is allowed to report a claim. And frankly, it's not uncommon. I mean, we do this nationwide. And so we see a lot of clients in other parts of the country where they have a hailstorm, for example, and they don't realize they have a hailstorm, and all of a sudden the building is leaking, and it's a commercial structure, and it's leaking a year or 2 years later. And their hands are tied behind their back in order to be able to report a claim. So not everyone, hurricane doesn't just cause devastation all the time, it actually causes damage that's hard to identify by lay people. I'm a layperson also, even though I was an insurance adjuster during law school. At the end of the day, I'm an attorney, so I'm a layperson as well, and it's hard to identify hurricane damage when it's not evident, when it's not obvious. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So it's a difficult situation.
Thank you.
Maybe I missed something. Did you answer her question, like why did y'all wait till the last minute?
We just became aware of it, I think, last week.
Yeah, I don't think it's a function, Commissioner, of us waiting for the last minute. I think that we basically were trying to look at where the storm, what we did is we looked at where the storm path was, and we basically sought to address and basically push information to the leadership inside those entities
question is, if you were to go inspect this, how do you know this wasn't caused by a previous storm and lack of maintenance as opposed to,
Sure.
how do you determine that?
Absolutely. So what we do is we have our building consultants and our engineers essentially speak with the individuals, such as city, their maintenance personnel, and so on, to talk to them about the history of the particular building. We also will look at their maintenance records as well to determine, what kind of maintenance, was done, what kind of maintenance issues you might have had before. And then we also, we don't do it, the engineers do this, what they do is they evaluate, what were the wind pressures at the buildings from Hurricane Milton, what is likely to be caused by those wind pressures, and we compare that to the history of the buildings. And that's how we can determine. Trust me, there are plenty of, I should say plenty, every single property, every building has wear and tear damage, right? And as maintenance issues or just wear and tear, as soon as the property is built, wear and tear begins the next day.
Right.
Your insurance policy, however, pays for damage, wear and tear to the building, so long as the hurricane impacts and causes damage to that building. Almost everyone has a replacement cost value policy. The replacement cost value says that you need a new for old. So even though your buildings are not new, if the hurricane damage, if the damage can be tied to the hurricane, then the insurance carrier owes to repair or replace that portion of the building to like new condition. And that's, in 99% of the insurance policies that exists. Now, if your policy's different, I will tell you.
What
But
happens if there are no maintenance records?
then speaking with the maintenance people is the only other thing that we do. If they're performing maintenance, or there should be contracts with vendors, a roofing vendor, a window vendor, there should be obviously contracts and things, or service invoices performed by third parties.
This is only for buildings, it doesn't include roads or anything like that?
That's correct. It would not include roads because insurance companies don't insure roads. That's a
That's right.
FEMA.
Okay.
That's right. Any other questions? I'd like to thank everyone for your time. Yes, sir.
No, she's, well,
Yeah, I was just going to ask because I saw about rules written in, this memo that we got today. I was just wondering how many claims that you already submitted? It's kind of a two-part question. What are those claims for? Obviously not roads. What about flooding that's causing the roads to flood?
Sure, so flooding typically would not be covered. There's some insurance policies that have flooding as a total limited supplement, almost like you could have $20 million in coverage on structures, and sometimes there's sublimit of, $2 million. But it's really flooding to structures, not flooding to roadways. So if there's no flooding in your policy, then obviously flooding is not part of it, right? It only, as part of your claims, what is directly caused by the hurricane, that's covered under your policy. For example, you could have trees that, were blown over. If your policy doesn't cover trees or landscaping, that's not part of your claim. So that's not going to be considered in the value or the damages of your claim that we're going to compare that to your deductible. Because it's not covered, so it's not part of your claim.
Let me also, how your project was this. We were made aware of some water that got into the basement of City Hall, right? That wasn't from rising water, so that would not be considered a flood. The issue is that you have wind-driven rain from the hurricane that blew inside that stairwell and basically seeped up to the door. And as a result, your HVAC systems got impacted. That is something that, per the policy, per your insurance policy, is absolutely recoverable. In no instance has any insurance carrier on the planet ever paid one dime more than they were legally bound to pay. They've oftentimes paid less. What we're suggesting is that we want to be able to give the city of Lake County an opportunity to preserve their right to
In having conversation with Mark, I kind of had to scratch my head for a little while, and then late last night, about 9 o'clock, I sent out an email to Scott as our attorney, and I'll just read it. I'm reaching out to you, Scott, I'm reaching out in advance in regard to an item on tomorrow night's agenda, October the 9th, the Aligned Strategies Partnership. I spoke to representatives from this group, and they indicated that Lake Helen may be entitled to file insurance claims for any property damage that may have occurred to any of our structures, i.e. Boys and Girls Club, Hopkins Hall, Melissa Park, City Hall, Public Works, due to Hurricane Milton. These are not damages that are related in our FEMA claims due to roads and damages due to flooding. What concerns me is the fact that Florida policyholders are under a 1-year statute of limitation to file a claim against their insurance companies. That is whether or not they were aware of damages or not. Hurricane Milton hit Lake Helen around 3:30 in the morning, October the 10th. This would mean that midnight, October the 10th, 2025, that any possible claims for Hurricane Milton's related damages will expire. This is where Alliance Strategies comes in. They explained it to me that they work along with first-party property law firms to ensure preservation of policyholders' rights and file a claim, even up to the 11th hour. It is only because I've just become aware of the situation this 11th hour that I'm bringing this issue forward to be put on our agenda. As far as I can see, exercising the city's right to file a claim is the city's only expense. As well, it is the commissioner's obligation, which means that the exposure to the city in filing a claim is zero. Even if nothing comes out of this going forward, this is at least one more tool in our toolbox. Because we didn't know about this, at least I didn't know about this before. The representatives, I get his phone number. Now, my other experience with insurance, my church is the Greater Union First Baptist Church. It's 145 years old. It's in DeLand, Florida. Our insurance policy was held by Lloyd's of London. We had what would be considered a forensic audit of the insurance policy, and then they had the construction people who was going to do work, if there were any, do an assessment of the damages that we had. We had 3 buildings, and the building, the church itself is 145 years old. The total damages that were basically covered by the auditor, by the person that did the investigation, said that we had $500,000 worth of damage. We submitted the claim to Lloyd's of London, and we got a return of a check for $140,000. And then that $140,000 was a lot shorter than what we had been credited for, or not credited for, but what the process looked at. So the process then became, we had to go before an arbitrator and a third-party adjuster. Both the insurance company, Lloyd's of London, and my church had to accept who was going to be the arbitrator and who was going to be the inspector. Once they made their determination, the arbitrator's decision was based on the
have it, and if you have damage, you either want to use it, or you just want to keep paying and never use it, but then why buy it, it just, you want to investigate your claim and see if it's above deductible to then pursue your claim. You guys you're on the 12th hour, right? So here you have to go ahead and submit the fact that you're opening a claim, and you can just advise them to go investigate to determine what the damages of your claim are. Ultimately, like I mentioned earlier, if your claim is not exceed the deductible, then you can just close your claim.
Thank you. I think this is important, I use the terminology, this is another tool in our tool chest going ahead. Whatever these commissioners, me included, could possibly learn from this, the next time around, we won't be in the 11th hour. If there's a claim that we can file. And sometimes I guess we figure that FEMA covers so much of it, did we drop the ball and not let FEMA?
So FEMA requires you to file an insurance claim with your insurance policy in order for them to be able to come in and pay for damages. Now, that doesn't apply to road work, right? So FEMA essentially would, if you have damage to your building from hurricane Milton, you're seeking FEMA money, you first have to resolve your claim with your insurance carrier for your building. Separate and apart from a roadway, because obviously the insurance company will insure roadways. FEMA will not require you to submit a claim for your roadways, because that's not even covered in the policy. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And let me just say this, that, it's important to understand the public assistance, which is what FEMA is. That is basically born out of what's called the Stafford Act. The Stafford Act requires that you must fully seek your first-party property insurance before you receive one dime. We have basically come across clients in this state, that shall remain unnamed, where they had to go under a consent decree because they got a clawback, because they got money from FEMA for public assistance, and then basically they found out that they didn't properly pursue their private insurance. What we're suggesting here, not that you all can file for a FEMA claim, but there could be an opportunity for recovery. And what we're asking is that you all exercise your right to preserve the ability to properly pursue and investigate possible damage. And we're ready to go ahead and pay it. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Share with my.
Discussion, anyone?
Well, Mr. Glover, I know when we met, I gave you some information based on reports that I had received from people that had inspected the building and stuff like that, and I found out that their information was over-exaggerated. And the basement, even though it flooded, didn't flood as extensively as I had been told. I correct myself on that information. Now, whether or not wind driving added to any of the interior problems that we've had with the mold and stuff that was being worked on prior to Milton occurring, that could be an issue that may need to be looked at.
Yeah, so what we do is we do have microhygienists. These are world-renowned experts, and we will basically be able to determine not only the cause, the origination, but the timing of said microbial growth. We don't use the word, that for that word again. We use microbial growth because oftentimes there's some specific language in policies that exclude mold. So you have to be able to be careful. So the things that people say do impact your outcome. And so we've got to be, as we go through this process, we've got to be very, very careful. Now, what I'm suggesting is that we don't have all the numbers at this point. I don't have them. Jim doesn't have them. Mayor doesn't have them. I mean, the maintenance people don't have them. But I will tell you that we will bring world-class engineers that literally will look at your windows, put them under binary test. MIS, Motion Intrusion Solutions, they're the ones who actually put the gold seals on the side of the windows that basically say tens of millions of dollars. And it's always been, you know, under oath and if, so we're gonna stand 100% if we say it's X. It's gonna be X, it's not gonna be X plus, it's not gonna be an exaggeration, it's not gonna be X minus, it's gonna be X. And we will basically have the experts basically have it and tie out, you know, from, I worked for a little small, consulting company called Price Waterhouse Coopers for 8 years. And I was on the annexation side, I was on the consulting side, but I would do cross consulting. It has to fit, and we will make sure that it fits. That's the process.
So, as you know, the way that we function here is a commission,
Yes, sir.
and that the commission, we go there as a group, meet, and we basically have to make a decision whether or not to go forward. And it's not on me, it's not on anybody, one position, not even our city administrator. So that's just a clarification of our process. So we have to still make some raise concerns with ourselves. And the community that is here as well. So,
I have another
What I'll say,
question.
Mayor, I'll say is, with my granddaddy, is, if you don't try, you know the outcome.
I'll tell you that one.
So I know it was mentioned there's a contingency percentage
Yes.
for payment. What is that percentage?
Well, I can't speak to that because that's gonna be Javier.
Thank you. So the way we work is our percentage, our contingency is scattered depending on what happens in the claim. So if we're able to, let's assume we investigate and we have a claim, and the damages are tied to her, and the damages that are covered under the policy, we would see the result. And so, and we're then able to submit the claim and resolve the claim before filing a lawsuit in the case, and we would essentially get paid 15% of the amount paid by the insurance carrier. And then any costs that we incur would be reimbursed out of the amount paid by the insurance carrier. It all comes out of whatever the insurance company pays. If we have to then file a lawsuit in the case and proceed with litigation against the insurance company, then our fee is 25%.
Okay, so the lowest percentage is 15 and the highest is 25. Okay, thank you.
Very well.
Okay, my question, what time frame are you looking at? We've had engineers after engineers, and we keep going through flooding processes and other stuff that ends up being months. What time frame are you looking at if we go to yes to this, and have your engineers, all the experts come in and make a decision? 8 months, 12 months?
No, it would usually be less than 6 months. Realistically, I'm just trying to think of what the engineers that we want to work with doing right now, and, it's all subject really to their schedule, but they'd probably be able to come in and inspect the properties, I would say, within 45 days. And then they do take their time, they will speak with the individuals that provide maintenance, and we'll get records, from vendors that have done work, and they will look at those, invoices and things. And so that process usually takes at least 60 days after the inspections. So realistically, we're looking at about 4 months before we get the report from the engineer, and what is the extent of hurricane damage, to what extent. Now, look, I've had circumstances where the engineer has gone out, and they looked at everything after 2 days, I get a phone call, and they go, we're not seeing the damage. Well, we're gonna tell you within a week, okay? They went out, they're just not seeing the damage, it's not there. And so, there's nothing more to be done, other than close the file, close the claim, right? So that happens too. And so you're looking at a very short window, or, potentially about 4 months.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you.
Somebody have, someone has, yes.
question because I was gonna ask about the roads, and that got covered. But I can't imagine why anyone would vote no on this. It's kind of like a win-win, it doesn't cost you anything. And I bet they find something. They've been doing this for years, and the city needs help like that. I just hope they all do it.
Thank you.
I can let you know that my concern on it is being a last minute endeavor that our presentation, we don't get the opportunity to do a,
Due diligence?
Oh, what?
a
It's not their fault. It's not-
multi-company bid on
That's the city's
proposal
error.
or.
No, let me clarify
Isn't
that.
it, Jim?
No, Jim, they could have been out here the day after Milton. They came into Volusia County looking for business, and they've gone to all the cities.
Well,
An
I'm not
email I
angry.
received, excuse me,
Why are you angry?
I'm answering the question.
Okay.
So far, I didn't get a single email from the city that's engaged them involved in this process. As of
Okay.
today, we've talked with our insurance company. We didn't file a claim because we don't have a claim.
You don't know.
I'm not gonna
if
be
you do
part
or
of
not.
fraud insurance, so my name's not going on a letter.
It's not. I don't think it's fraud. I don't think they're fraudulent people, but I'm grateful that they came to us. I think it's a blessing that they came, because tomorrow could have come and they never
You're
would have
entitled
come.
to your opinion.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
She wasn't addressing you. Addressing the
This
commission.
is, sometimes the fact that we have checks and balances in place to at least guide us, but not always steer us in the right way or the only way. So this is just another, and as I said, and I use the example, I've never heard of this before at this process, at this level, and I've been sitting on this dais for about 14 years, and we've had all kinds of storms, all kinds of damages, and everything happens differently. So I'm learning something here, and I think it's behooves us to at least take this information, what we as a commission do with it. I think going forward, we'll be able to make more informed decisions, because I didn't have this information to make a decision about before. So we're all on the same page. We just want to make sure that anything, and what comes to mind is that we're sitting around talking about budgets, and we're saving money, or we're trying to put things off that we could do now. We try to do it later because we can't afford it now. So insurance is one thing that we can make a decision now, and whatever we do with it, it's not, if you make a claim, it's not a claim, it's not worth seeing it, and I do understand, our city administrator, and because he and I had a discussion about it, it's very, very clear that, and I don't blame him for not wanting to put his signature on anything that could have any fraud connected to it. And the ultimate signature on any documents that happens in the city is mine. So I too do not want to be in a position where there is any fraud or abuse. But I don't want to be derelict in my duty to be not responsible, at least to be able to hear it and clear it. And that's the only thing I can say. Hear it, clear it, and there's not anything else we can do. Gentlemen in the back, sir, will you please come up. Yes, Clark.
I'll fill one out for you.
What?
Card.
Our shop.
I'm in Snaz, lived like that one for years, but question for these guys, are they assigning their insurance rights to you, or are you just representing them?
No, we represent the policy holder.
So so they're assigning their rights to you to go after the insurance company?
No, it's not an AOB.
They're not, okay, that makes a big difference. Because it's like, you have to say so at all.
Right.
Because I do insurance on this side and get nil from the other side a lot. And, you know, it's a real touchy thing, because you're saying you're gonna do your vendor, anybody that worked on your building, you're gonna go after.
Right.
And trying to say they did something wrong, because that happens to me. And I had to read the stuff from my insurance agent, and I had to get it for the other people. It said they shall be responsible themselves for the gutters 10 years later, not us. And they tried to sue me for it. So just have to be careful 6, 8, 10 months?
Well, we have to basically make sure.
You have to file it, yes.
We've got to
But
make
then
sure
you have to
we've
get
got
all these
the proof of
experts
loss,
that
the
you're
proof of
talking
loss.
about coming in, which is somebody's gonna pay for somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just asking, oh, I know,
I know you're trying to answer
I
that,
understand
but
what they're coming from.
keep
So
coming
this
to-
guy got me going with that. So, I'm just saying, be careful what you do,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sinez,
you know.
Mr. Sinez,
And
what street, what's your street?
712 Matanza Street,
Nantanza?
Lake Island.
Okay, yeah, I know that, she said what street, and I said, I don't know, I put his name and what the top, because you have to fill out a card to street. I'm trying to handle it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone else? Yeah.
I know we're not supposed to address anybody, but I just want to say, June, a lot of times when we make decisions up here to do or not do something, things look a lot different from the outside looking in than when you're inside and you can see more of what's happening. So sometimes we make decisions and you're like, what the hell did they say that for? But we have more information.
Can you
And-
disclose it? Is it public information?
Well, it's just like the day-to-day of everything. So you learn kind of on the job learning, you know what I'm saying? So we can talk at some
No,
point,
it's okay.
but I
I'm
just
not
want to
sure
let
what
you
you're talking
know.
about.
No, but when you said, I don't understand why somebody would vote no, there may be some
It
circumstances
must
that.
be. I've had personal experience with insurance attorneys on Milton claims. I've been there, done that, and that's, I guess, where I'm coming from, like, why not? Because they, a lot of times, they're just lay people, like you said, and they know what to look for. They see stuff that we don't even see or know about. And it just seems to me like it'd be worth the option to protect our properties by having professionals, look at it and make sure.
Okay. I'm just telling you before we get in trouble.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Sinez.
One more thing. Can you not just file a claim as a city yourselves and then hire somebody to take that
Save
over?
the 15%.
Instead of trying something, no, because 50% is worth it if they do the right thing.
Well, I know.
There's always some time of money to be made, I don't have a problem with that. But can you start the process so it doesn't go away and then hire them to carry it out?
Well, let me just say this, that the one thing I've learned from sitting in the seat is that a lot goes into what the city administrator does that does not even reach us because it is being processed and he's taken care of. So we have given him a certain amount of authority and a certain amount of trust that if you become comfortable with the way a person works, you can kind of say, well, yeah, I can kind of go along with that. It's only when there is something that comes out of the ordinary that maybe it might have been processed. He might have figured it out, and he's already at third base. So now we got to start at home plate to get to third base when he's already there. That is the other thing that the advantage of having our city administrator because we're all lay people here, and as far as the legal side of what we do, we have the attorney here. I would not second guess Scott, and that was why my letter was sent directly to him, so that if there's anything that he has to respond to, fine. But we are just looking at this from the perspective of what is best for the city. And Jim, I hear you. Think we should. I say the same thing all the time. Anytime I have a vote, why did you all vote for me? The way I voted. But it's not that way. We all do things and see things differently. And because of the differences, I think that's what gives us our equilibrium. Because we're not actually yes men or yes women. We see it, we think about it, we act upon it differently from one another, and that's what makes us a mission. It doesn't make us perfect, but at least we are working on that process. And with your
our insurance company only insures cities. They are an arm of the Florida League of Cities. So any money that they've got is your money to start with, it's taxpayer money. This is not a private insurance company that's looking to pay stockholders and profits and their agents and all of that, where all of us have a feeling about insurance companies, and I agree. If I had an opportunity to go after an insurance company for all the years that I paid, I'd file a claim. I knew I had. Okay? But I'm very concerned when we're potentially saying we're gonna sue the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, which they're not in this for profit, they're in this as a benefit to their members, which is the city. I spoke today with them, and they said there's a state law that involves that. In fact, us, in terms of them, that we honestly felt that we found something that came up, submit it, it would get reviewed, and I'm not saying they're gonna pay it, but it'll get reviewed just like any insurance claim in terms of that process. And again, I'm gonna say to Scott, you know, this didn't even come to me, okay? This went through the mayor. So they never made contact with City Hall. And so, and this wasn't the last minute. And this was, we need this letter, and we'll have it. We're like, no, I'm not signing it. We have a meeting on Thursday, we can come and ask the commission. The commission says so. You guys have the legal right to do that, no problem. But I just don't want my name on something where I don't feel comfortable in knowing all the details of going through. And if it turns out to be some lawsuit somewhere, a year or 2 years from now, I'm not having somebody pull me out of retirement, be deposed in a lawsuit. Okay?
Yeah. And Jim, as far as soon as I knew you, someone told me I had not the expertise to make that decision, so that's why I brought it up to you. But not to say that I was.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, Mayor, but it didn't come directly to the City Hall as an issue, it went directly to you.
I would say definitely concept sounds like Jim Troy said. It's a win-win, no cost to the city. But when you have to make a kind of a snap decision on it, that makes it a little harder. And, you know, we gotta make sure it is a win-win when you get the document. Because we're retaining them to represent us, we've got to be a contract. What I would like to see is that we, you know, have them submit the documents to us, we review them, bring them back next meeting, we have emails from our insurance carrier saying, we're not holding you to the 1 year, limitation period, so if you want to, if you come across a claim after, you can file a claim. And then we can bring the agreement back to you in November, after we had a chance to look at it. As of right now, I haven't looked at it. So I can't tell you this is something.
No, you just said something that we have a guaranteed extension beyond a year, so we don't have to be tied to this tomorrow.
There was email exchanges between Jim and them.
That we can get an extension beyond a year.
They said they weren't holding us.
They weren't.
I'll give them all the
No,
copies.
I mean, we have an email that says if you find something and you believe you got a legitimate claim, file it. We'll address it no different than if you filed it 6 months ago.
That's music to my ears.
And I trust them because the roof, remember the roof? Roof got filed after the fact and they still paid that claim. So that was after it had been repaired and everything. So I trust them that they will give us that extended time.
And I think it's real important, so everybody understands, at least from my perspective, of what the communications I've had. The city does not believe it has a claim. It's not like there was a claim and there was a conscious decision not to pursue it, or we pursued it and it was denied and we dropped it. The city does not think there is a claim for damages. I am sure either Jim or Rick Mullins, somebody said, hey, we've got an issue here. Now, I get there could be issues that you can't see because of the hurricane. Personally, I think it's going to be darn near impossible to prove that for City Hall because we've gone in there and retrofitted it since the hurricane. You know, they said they're going to test the windows. They're all new windows. We're doing it. There's a whole lot of repair work that's going on over there, and we had Marshall before Milton. So that's going to, City Hall is going to be very, very tough to prove anything given the claims we had and the amount of repair work that has been done since Milton. We've had a roof claim, maybe that was at Ian, I'm not sure. But,
sometimes they said, you know, you evaluate your claim, but really, sometimes they said, we gotta see if you have a claim. That's really what the issue is. They're gonna bring in people to say, maybe you have a claim and you just didn't realize it. That could be a very valuable thing, and they can come forward. But we have to have an agreement so it outlines, what is our relationship, when do we owe you money, what don't we owe you money, what decisions do we make, what decisions do you make? We gotta see that, and trying to do that, you know, I don't have it now. I don't have that agreement. So, if we can have the, you know, if we have additional time, as Jim has indicated, talking to our insurance company, let us look at the agreement and then bring it back to you next month.
The title of my letter was, the subject is preserving Lake Helen's right to file a Milton claim. If our right has been preserved, we've accomplished at least what we couldn't do if it was tomorrow. We've gotten an extension beyond what I was under the impression that we are limited
Our
by.
insurance company has made representations according to Jim,
I go
that
along
they
with
will work with us beyond the 1 year limitation period for us to file a claim. And according to Charlene, that they've done that before, so they have a history to it.
Okay.
Mark and the attorney will respond to some.
Yes, I see your hand. Come right up.
I'll be quick, I promise. So essentially, the reason we come up here to talk to you is because you have less than 24 hours to explore it, at least open a claim. Based on what we've heard, it seems like a claim has been opened.
He has called them.
No,
They
the
know what
time
they asked
frame's
was,
been
what are you
extended.
filing the claim for? And I said, I don't know.
Well, okay, so, I mean, it's your decision what you guys want to do, but the law, at the end of the day, says that you have to submit your claim. I mean, at least open your claim for Hurricane Milton, because that's the damage we're talking about. And you have to do that within 12 months, which will expire tomorrow. Now, so, however you guys want to do it, it's fine, but at least do that. And I'm not here to convince you to do anything. I'm here to advise you of your rights. And then if you choose to open a claim, and you choose to work with us, then we're happy to do it, okay? And I haven't submitted contracts to anyone, because we're not expecting to be hired in 24 hours. We're just trying to advise you of your right, you know, and suggesting to you that you actually at least enforce your right to investigate your claim. That's what we're asking you to do. You don't have to do it, it's your call, okay? If you choose to work with us, I will gladly get together and show you the contract and talk about the rights between us and you and so on, and how we can help you on a contingency basis, like we talked about. That's all. It's not very complicated. Okay?
Thank you.
Now, how does the agreement from the insurance company giving us the opportunity that if we find it at a later date, they'll still honor, or they'll still look at it?
Unless you have a tolling agreement is an agreement where the insurance carrier agrees in writing to an agreement that's in writing that says that they're tolling the 12-month notice under the statute. And until you have that, you don't have an agreement. It's just back away. I can't tell you how many cases I've seen where public adjusters, right, get into an agreement with the insurance adjuster in the field or, you know, discussions, and they agree even in an email to these things, and then the insurance defense attorney comes along and goes, they're not going to agree with that. We're not doing that. There's no agreement. So, unless you have a tolling agreement, you don't have an agreement. Submit your claim if you really want to have your right to investigate your claim. Just open a claim.
This League of Cities is not a typical insurance company.
I'm just asking a quick question. I've been here for years. Have you sued FMIT?
I've not had to sue FMIT, but I've sued many other carriers or programs that are just like it throughout the country. And the reality is that they are insurance carriers. FMIT doesn't insure anything. They are basically in the middle of then securing insurance for the program. And it makes sense because when we have a group pulled together, insurance is typically cheaper because you're insuring a lot of people. And so insurance companies are spreading their risk, you know, throughout different areas, but they're also getting paid and have a customer base and paying millions and millions and millions of dollars for insurance every single year. And when one of the organizations, whether it be a school district or municipality or someone, files a claim, one of the members files a claim, yes, that could eventually affect the premium at the end of the year for everyone. But if you have a claim and you don't file it, then why do you even pay for insurance? Why bother paying for insurance if you're never going to
up $2 million
They
just
don't
out of their
it's
pocket.
that's a self-insurance, that's not insurance from them, that's self-insurance from all of you.
Listen, I'm not arguing with you, you have no experience doing it.
I have plenty of experience with these programs, trust me, and with that program specifically, it's self-insured for $2 million, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am so sorry. I really am.
Mayor, if I may? Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. Integrity is something that means a lot to me. And when, integrity is basically called into question, and words are being bandied about, i.e. fraud, insurance fraud, let me explain something to you. In no instance, my father was 28 years in the FBI, in no instance have I ever crossed any line and suggestion that I would, I take a personal affront to. And I want to make sure that, listen, Javier and I have traveled throughout this country. We've basically done things the right way within the construct of the law. No one has ever come back and said, oh, well, you didn't do X, Y, and Z, whether your ethics, da. That's not us. The issue here is that a claim was failed to be filed in an appropriate time, and we basically recognized it only because there was a FEMA claim that was associated. We said, hey, when we're going through our kits and tabs to your question, Commissioner, we said, hey, let's at least raise hurricane flag, if you will, and say, let's understand what the deal is. And that's when we came. But to suggest that Javier, Merlin Law Group, which is the largest first-party property law firm in the state of Florida, would do something that is unethical is just outrageous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask you one question? I'm sorry. With all that our attorney had to say and all that he would look at and what he's considering, how soon could you get a contract to him to look at? So he could look at, I guess, how much
Javier,
You can send it by Friday.
by Friday?
Yes,
not
ma'am.
tomorrow.
That is
Tomorrow.
It is. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Well, and one of the things that seems like it's kind of changed is they're not looking for you to clean them right now. That's the, pretty sure that it said. I can give a general, in some letter that, hey, this may be something that we're looking into, just put you on notice. I don't even know if they'll incorporate that, the extension they gave. We'll put something together tomorrow. They can give us their proposal with the contracts, and we can bring it back to you in November. And then, you can make a decision, as Roger brought up, we didn't go out for proposals, honestly. It's not something we went out and said, hey, well, people who do this type of work, present proposals and say, you have the ability to waive that under certain conditions, you can decide next meeting whether or not those conditions exist.
Well, I would like to see that happen. I agree with Ms. Troy. I think number one, if we don't try, now of course we want to make sure that everything is ethical. This group is saying they are ethical. Fraud is not in the picture. If we need to hit every door that we can hit to try to get money back into the city, so if that can happen, I would appreciate it.
Well, I like to put my faith in, our staff. During the past year, we've had a number of different companies, contractors, inspectors go through City Hall. And if they had found anything that was an addition to what was found previous, nothing was done. And they're saying that there was no damage, reasonable enough to file the claim for Hurricane Milton, and I have to trust their judgment on that. I'm gonna back them all the way.
Well, one engineer messed up on the roof.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part where we have to do our part as city commissioners. We've heard what has been presented. We have the option to either go forward or not vote on it. Not vote in favor of it. So how do you wish to proceed?
When you have a second option, what's the bonds?
Yeah, but what I'm hearing that I'm missing is a letter saying that your insurance company is holding the 12 months. That if
Well,
you,
if we send a letter, a letter saying broken complaint, as they've indicated, then we don't have to worry about the extension of 12 months. The letter has been submitted within 12 months. But we'll incorporate into that the discussion that Jim had.
that would make me feel comfortable. Them saying, us saying, to them, them saying to us that we know that there's a deadline, but because of circumstances, we're going to give you an extension. And did they give enough time frame as to how far they will extend it? Just an extension based on if they do some, would we want?
I mean, within reason, you can't submit a claim 5 years from now.
No, but would you want them to say how far in, because we're having to make a
No,
decision.
Scott's talking about them getting a letter notifying that we could have a claim.
Right.
That doesn't have any time frame or anything, that covers the window then, so that we're not to the 1 year that you're concerned about.
Okay. So how far beyond that window do we have before we come up with? In other words, it's not,
They mentioned something about like, well, I guess if we file a claim, we're going to have 6 months.
for
I don't know, we'll bring back the contract next meeting,
next meeting?
if they submit it.
Okay.
And then y'all can decide what to do with it.
So you'll reach out to the insurance companies to indicate that we'd like to,
And we'll include as much information as we can as to the potential type of claims, like we talked about the air conditioner, there's probably some things that have been identified during the refurbishing, rehabbing of City Hall that we could throw in there that may or may not be related or, exacerbated by the hurricane. We're gonna evaluate that, but we're just letting you know. And per past practice in your discussions with Jim, you understand that we can file a claim. This is a claim. If you need anything else, let us know to officially file a claim, but you're also saying that you won't hold us to a strict 1 year.
okay. That makes sense to me.
At least you put the burden on them to respond back and say, no, we're not doing that, or you haven't filed us, claim, because we're relying on their representation.
Thank you.
And all this we're trying to put together because it's all last minute.
Yeah, and unfortunately. So are we comfortable?
I'm comfortable gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
City auditor, City Helen auditor engagement contract review. Now, where are we, Jim, with this, contract review?
Well, you guys selected this company number one at the last meeting.
Right.
And, Zach was to get the, letter of engagement. And Zach's not here tonight. So I don't know if you have any particular questions or if there's something different, Scott, or something else.
No, your letter of engagement, I know a little bit about them, but this is pretty standard when you retain an accounting firm to do it. Their letter of engagement is, that's pretty standard. What they're proposing is the normal, of course, retaining and all of that.
Well, I read through it today, the only thing that I missed, didn't notice, or is not there. Are we going to be providing anything electronically to these auditors, or will they come into City Hall at times and look at receipts? I didn't see any of that language in there. It looked like everything will be done electronically, back and forth.
Can't tell you about this specific company. I mean, the previous ones I worked with, they would send a team to City Hall, and they would be there for a few days. But then there are things that you do send to them electronically, but I don't know, maybe, you know. Usually there's a time when the finance director tells us the auditors are coming in, and then everybody is on notice that if the auditor wants something, we need to get it to them ASAP.
And it did say in the original paperwork that we received at the last meeting that they would spend 1 to 2 days in the field.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
We just need a motion then, authorize signature of that.
Motion to accept this letter?
Yeah, we'll walk our signature.
Make a motion that we accept the letter from the auditor.
Second.
Motion moved in second, any comments? From the audience? No cards? Okay.
anniversary for the town and for the Cook family and the Butlers.
But you need logos on the train to signify that?
There's some special T-shirts probably in works, and maybe some banners to make the event more known. I think it's kind of cool anniversary for everybody.
Yeah.
50 years is a long time. Merry Christmas.
Murderous, I was like, you said it.
Murder.
Introduction,
Everything's the same setup.
Same drill, same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
same that channel.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
Make a motion that we approve the event application from Butler Express.
Second.
Moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
No opposes. Thank you very much. See you in
We
Christmas.
will be doing Lake Helen night again, that we've done for the last 2 years, I guess. The donation night to bring donations in, it's strictly donations that night, obviously it's public driven, and then hopefully you guys will match those funds like we've done in the past, and that'll go to more Christmas decorations for the city properties. I know Ricky got some stuff already from last year's money, so it should be a little better every year, so we're gonna do that again. I haven't set a date, I will inform Jim or whoever's here at that point. I gotta set a calendar real soon prior to this weekend and kind of dictate which day is which, and I'll set that date so that you guys are aware of that and spread the word. You guys will see there's some.
We also have the Christmas tree contest.
Christmas lights.
Christmas lights. Christmas lights.
We do the Christmas lights just like always. I'll pick that date too. Obviously, I'll take care of the sponsors and the prize money, and obviously you guys will have a little photo run with the winners. But I'll get that date too. We gotta do it sooner in the month, but we gotta give people time to decorate their houses, so we can't jump to that too much.
No, I was thinking about the Christmas tree that we gave away after they had the contest.
That was in the gym.
That was in the
Jim, the gym
We
does.
still have those Christmas trees in storage at the gym, cafe there, and, we might be using them to decorate. They're still there. They were donated, they're pretty much all trees now, but we will use them around.
Thank you.
And we'll be there for Santa Claus, we'll bring Santa Claus in this year with the tree lighting. We'll participate in that. Santa Claus will, we already planned a Saturday afternoon we did last year, it was pretty well received, where we go around during the day. Just me and Santa and kind of visit the Legion during bingo, and visited the pizza place and other businesses, and just kind of popped in. And obviously we'll make that known on Facebook, what day we're gonna do that, and we'll ride around. If we saw kids come out, we'd stop, take a picture, eat good cake, and we'll do that during the day. And it's, kind of cool. It was well received last year, so we'll do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Now we have a general maintenance worker application to be reviewed. Austin Spray. Is he here?
No, sir.
Okay, any comments? We're looking for a replacement of one of the workers we lost.
Yes.
Okay. I guess you vetted them already.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any comments?
I make a motion that we authorize the hiring of Austin Spray.
Motion moved, second.
I'll second.
might be okay, right?
Right now.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come up and speak tonight. My name is Danielle Hagstrom, and I've been proud to call Lake Helen my home since I was 5. I grew up here, and now I'm raising my 3 children here. The next generation to enjoy the same sense of peace and safety and community that makes Lake Helen so special. And I've chosen to stay here to raise my family for many reasons, but above all, because of our small town charm and the sense of security that comes with our low crime rates compared to surrounding cities. Having lived in Lake Helen for nearly 34 years, I've had the privilege of watching our city grow and evolve while maintaining the character and quality of life that make it such a wonderful place to live. My father, Tony Troy, was a custom home builder in Lake Helen for 24 years, and he served on the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. Growing up alongside his work and instilled in me a deep appreciation for preserving Lake Helen's unique character, balancing progress with tradition, and serving our community with integrity. Today, I'm honored to continue that legacy through my service on the Historic Preservation Board, where I advocate for protecting our city's heritage while supporting thoughtful and responsible development. I would now like to expand that service by representing both of you as the commissioner. As a local realtor, I see firsthand how growth and development can reshape a community. As commissioner, I would represent the voices of our residents, and from what I hear most often is a desire to maintain Lake Helen's quiet, small town feel. And I would not support zoning changes that would increase density, and I would love to see the city work toward acquiring large parcels of land for preservation and green space. I love this town deeply, and I want to protect the qualities that make it unique. The open spaces, the quiet streets, and the charm that define Lake Helen. I also recognize that growth brings challenges beyond traffic and construction. Water retention and flooding are real concerns. We've all seen the impacts of heavy rains, and I believe we have to pursue smart and sustainable solutions to manage water flow and retention. Approaches that protect both of our residents and the natural resources in our natural environment. These are issues I think that we can solve through collaborating and planning and community input. My lifelong connection to Lake Helen, combined with my professional and civic experience, has prepared me to serve as your Zone 2 Commissioner. If given the privilege, I will bring an open mind, an even temperament, and a cooperative spirit to the Commission. We may not always agree on every issue, but respectful dialogue and collaboration are how we move forward as a community. I'll listen to residents, be transparent in every decision, and work hard to ensure that growth is managed responsibly, always with respect for our environment, our history, and our shared future. My commitment is to transparency and accountability and preserving the values that define Lake Helen. I love this community too much to see it lose what makes
the city. If you choose me, I'd be happy to serve and try to do my best to help for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm Earl from 445 West Ohio Avenue. I've been a resident of Lake Helen pretty much my whole life. My father, the second generation, he was a policeman in Lake Helen. I love the city of Lake Helen. I've also been involved in the city of Lake Helen pretty much my whole life, in and out. I'm out on the GRDC board. I really want to take the chance to really show you guys where my experience comes in. I can be a benefit to the county. I have 35 years working with Volusia County utilities. I worked with every city in Volusia County. I'm a senior engineer inspector for 17 years. I've been I'm a second generation, I'm for the National Guard, I'm retired. I also perform every aspect of utilities. I work with Ricky on 7 different processes right now, so I think that I can really be a benefit to the charm of the job. I make good sound decisions, I try to think, I love the city, I love to see us move forward, I want to keep the charm of the job, and I really like to represent on to that city commission.
Thank you. Well, is there a process?
Yeah, first, Mayor, I think it'd probably be appropriate for you to have public input.
Yeah.
So this, my card.
There are
So step one would be public.
Exodus.
Ed?
Respect to this microphone, but I'll just ask you about Earl. I know Earl went to high school together. Did many projects with the county water department with Earl, and I know he loves Lake Helen. We were very not away from each other. You know, I just think it's good that all y'all want to do something with the council and be involved like this. That's all I'm gonna say. I just think we make a good person to do the job for Lake Helen. God bless America. Right?
Alan Ferguson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, for letting me speak on behalf of Earl. I had the privilege of.
What's your name?
Howard first. I've worked with Earl side by side for 25 years, or that's 35 years, as we've done all the heavy construction in the county. He was a field tech, he moved into the supervisory role. From supervisory, he went into inspection, then moved into senior inspector. He is state certified stormwater, and I believe that's something that interests all of you right now, is the stormwater issues. As other people said, he's very dependable. He loves Lake Helen, and he wants the best for the city of Lake Helen. I don't think you could ever find a better person who represents you or help you with your problems that you have in the city. So, that's, very good.
Thank you.
Sean Ashard.
Sean Abstract, 235 East Ohio. I wanted to speak in support of two of the candidates, Danielle Hagstrom and Earl Farmer. Both of them longtime residents. Both of them have a wealth of knowledge and expertise in many areas in our city and are both qualified. And both of them would serve their constituents very well. So please consider one of those two options. Thank you.
Alan Cook.
Let's go now.
Good evening. Welcome, Lance. Name's Alan Cook, 792 Oak Tree Lane. And Mr. Farmer has been involved in this town big time. I was a commissioner in Zone 2. He worked with me, doing things and everything else. He's on my board for now for planning board, appeal, he's on my board and everything else. But there's one thing you gotta run. Any time that you need
say that Earl and Danielle are both qualified. Danielle's been here for, forever. I've known her for 20 years. She does what she says she's gonna do, and I would support her 100%. They're both qualified. She grew up here. She loves this town, obviously, or she wouldn't be here. She's smart, hardworking, accomplished, and what she starts to do, she finishes. And we need her on this commission. Earl is great, we need him on the planning board, he does good there. And we need him there. We need her sitting right up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rory Spaziani, 150 West New York Avenue. I'm advocating for Danielle. I've known her pretty much forever, but I've known her in town as an advocate for the town. Known her dad as somebody that participated in a lot of the town's activities. But her as an individual, again, kind of doing what he had said, she really, when she says something, she does it with integrity and clarity and transparency. I love the idea of her serving up here because I just know the community will benefit from her expertise, from being in real estate, but also being part of town and working to get things through the town. When she, remodeled her house and things like that, and being on the historic board has been, I know personally what it's like to try to deal with some of that stuff, and she does it with grace and she better than I ever did. So, recommendations.
Never had to do this before. No, I've never had to do that before. Can I go now?
Yes, you may.
Rick Mullen, 271 West New York Avenue, Lake Helen. I've been in Lake Helen all my life, 58 years. My family's been here for almost 5 generations. I've worked along Earl Farmer for many years while he worked for the county and everywhere. We are now in a stormwater and water area we're working on heavily. We would tremendously value his years of experience here. So I support Earl Farmer. Thank you.
Joey.
I'll probably quickly in 3 minutes. I apologize, I don't know you personally much, but I do know Earl Farmer. I was in the utilities, of course, so we all know back in the day. We worked side by side with Earl, even being part of the county is very tight with the city, helping us what we needed here. I've talked to Earl on many occasions about many things in Lake County, especially in his area with the park and stuff. And he always has a very good outlook. He's a person who'll stop and listen to both sides of the story before making a decision. And I just think he's a well-rounded person and would definitely benefit the city to be part of.
Thank you. All right, so now, would you give us the references of with this one?
You
this thing.
Oh, okay.
And everybody sees the sign on it, dated.
You want to go ahead? the review. We have narrowed it down. Where are we right now? So we, at this point, to describe who we think we want.
No. Sure, we can't do that.
No, it's to select applicants we like to interview, which applicants we like to interview.
So how many would you like to interview of the 28?
I have some questions, actually.
Okay.
I'm not sure who to direct them to. I'll do my best to articulate my thoughts, and whoever can assist can jump in. I saw two of the applicants are aspiring, if I'm not mistaken. And I was curious about that. Can you tell me? That would be Mr. Brandt. And I want to say yes, Roger Omenheiser. And you said they are aspiring.
Not city administrator demand.
And so I was curious about how they, what the process is for selecting them before us.
I'm not clear what you're saying.
We could cut those, she's basically saying, well, we guess we could cut those two out of the interview process. Because neither one has served as a
Oh, I see.
administrator.
Okay.
If that's one of the qualifications we'd like to have for a city administrator, is that they already have experience, I don't know if it is or not, I'm just curious because, I know that they vetted these and so I'm interested to know,
How
what
they
the thought process is.
how they made it through this
What,
one.
what qualities, put them there. Because it would seem unusual. I don't know. Should we just go forward
I mean,
with?
I can't speak for Colin, I'm just gonna give you an opinion, because we saw the list of Roxanne Hemsey 28. And out of the 28, at least, Mr. Bryant had municipal experience. Granted, the fire chief, municipal experience. The gentleman for the Coast Guard in Miami, I know there's an emphasis on veterans and what have you, but I'm not sure why there, unless maybe running a base is equated as similar to the city. Thing with the base is that, you don't have taxpayers. You give an order, people follow it.
Yeah, it is similar to a city, but running military base would be similar to a city. But it is with government funding instead of tax-based funding.
So my guess was, is when you look at the other names on there, some who applied, that were from nothing to do with the government. I think they got
Oh, I see.
five that at least based on the house.
Very good.
That's just an opinion looking at it.
So you want to hear my thoughts or my motion?
I'm interested.
Well, somebody said fire.
Colin did say that, he made a statement about reviewing the military. He was a commander of the base or something like that. And he looked like he had some strong skills in a lot of areas.
I assume where we're at right now is y'all need to give direction on how you want to proceed from here. In terms of, do you want to interview all five, or do you want to interview less, when you want to do the interviews? I think that's what staff is looking for. In terms of the motion, this is direction of the board.
Okay, then I'll go first. I'd like to, interview all four with the exception of the one who's aspiring. That concerns me.
There are two aspiring.
Two?
Yes.
The fire chief is aspiring.
Brandt and Omenheimer. my thoughts are, we had this, company that, reviewed the candidates and put them before us. And so, they must think that they fit those qualifications, so I'm interested in all 5 as well.
I'm not sure that's what Roger said.
No, I said reject all 5 and get a reshot.
Oh, I thought you said interview all 5 others.
I was hoping that Earl would run for CA, and I thought about it.
Just wanted to make sure y'all, sometimes, you know,
You must heard what I said.
I would like to keep all 5. Interview all 5.
One thing that I've seen that's missing from when we interviewed for, Jim, he put down submitted and recommended. I'm submitting this, name each person, I'm recommending. We did have one incident where he said, I am submitting him, but I'm not recommending him. And that was because tied to the recommendation without the, tied to the submission without the recommendation, if the person would have resigned or whatever, got rid of them within a year, then the headhunter would then pay for another survey if he recommended and submitted. But having submitted without recommended, that would not apply. So I don't see that on here. Is that something that anybody caught?
Well, what I caught on it is that these guys' experiences anywhere from 0 to less than 5 years. I'd like to see more experience on their background.
Maybe that's why he didn't recommend it, or he submitted them, but he didn't recommend it. I don't know, and he didn't make that point as clear as he did the last time.
We can get that clarified.
All right, thank you. I mean, I'll say less. So we have any more suggestions? So we want to move on to the next group? Public comments, okay.
Do we have an next group to even move on to?
Yeah, they're out of 28.
Yeah.
He only gave us 5. He's got other ones he can do.
Then,
So he didn't give us the top 5,
Well,
he
he did.
gave us a group.
What he's provided you is suggesting that you consider of the 28 that he
Yeah.
that applied.
Oh,
So if you go back, you're asking him to go back and recruit additional or look for additional applicants.
so then that means that out of the 28, there are only 23 of them he didn't want to even send them to it. And it wouldn't make sense for him to send them back to us if he didn't want to send them in person.
Well, I know there's got to be some in there that's got more experience than these 5.
just because they've been there for a long time, doesn't mean anything.
No, but
They
at
can
least.
get dated in that amount of time too.
And I guess that's one of the things that he did in the first, when we hired him. So here's who I'm recommending, and here's who I'm submitting. Here it is. And then he gave us one that was submitted but not recommended. So it kind of gave us a wherewithal. As it turns out, we got the best out of it, I think. Except for
Mayor, you can go into this right now and look at every one of these is recommended. That's his agreement to you.
That's his agreement?
No, his agreement is a standard agreement that says in there, if they don't work out for a year, now there's all caveats.
That's their word.
Understand, everybody's got the fine print.
Okay.
But so if there's something specific on any one of these, he would address that, but he didn't address that.
Okay.
He said no.
Thank you for that. All right. So we're at the point where we have 5 submissions, 28, all were, 3 were not recommended or suggested.
Just as a note, in your packets that you received was the list of the 28 with a short kind of.
A short spurt.
Yeah, I didn't finish getting to read through all of them yet, so it's.
Yeah.
Say that again?
No, just, I just wanted to remind you that in your packet, there was the list of all of the applicants with a short summary of each.
Okay.
One
So that you
reason
can
he,
see experience.
one reason he might have recommended these is they're all local. We don't have.
No, one is
administrator we presently have said that he would stay longer if that needed. If these candidates aren't qualified, or you don't think they all are, maybe we put it out for more time for other candidates to apply. Also keep in mind, there's an election in just a couple of weeks. There is going to be a new zone 2 commissioner. There could be a new mayor, and there could be a new zone 3 commissioner. I think it would behoove citizens of Lake, or behoove you guys, and benefit the citizens of Lake Helen and the next commission to allow the next commission to hire the city administrator they're going to work with. Thank you.
This is a long drawn out process. So the sooner we get going, he's not staying forever, he's leaving mid-November. Oh, you're gonna stay longer? I thought you said once you went on vacation, you were done.
That was when we talked, I mean, let's go into this process, I said, I will be here until you get something.
Okay.
Good evening, Commission. Jeff Ritchie, 310 West Michigan. Given the, at least hesitation for candidates we have, current CDA certainly has earned the respect of the community, and perhaps a serious conversation with him about staying longer, and actually having him in the candidate pool as a consideration should be done. And then even a consideration of having some sort of a deputy role so that we grow our own future city administrator versus trying to go out, which we've gone through for how many years now? It's costly. Why don't we home grow CAs? Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to put back in the file?
So September is a good time.
Take it for a year.
Come on, Jim, we want you to sit. Jim.
We love you, Jim.
We do love you, Jim.
I guess I have the only exclusive opportunity and privilege to say that I have worked with every single city administrator since Don Condell. And I was able to work with, I was able to work with Lee Everett because he stayed over to transition Jim in. And then when Jim was selected, he stayed over to transition him into the seat. That is the first time we've ever done that. Normally what happens when the city commissioner is through, fired, or whatever, you never see him again. So I think there's something to be also learned by the transition of commissioners, as well as commissioners, because I was able to transition into the mayor by being with the mayor while we were not in violation of his sunshine, because I was elected in September, but I couldn't serve until November. So there's something to be said by transition, as opposed to abruptly just dropping the ball and leave. And that also goes for former Vice Mayor
until the players are all in place. I think that is a good idea for, just for camaraderie and, making sure that it is a well-oiled machine. So, no.
Roger?
I'm gonna vote no, because I wanna see a better selection.
So 3,
I'm gonna vote yes.
so 4,
Well, I'm gonna vote no, because I love it when a plan comes together. This is some bullshit.
That's how I said it, that's right.
okay. I am also gonna vote no, since we are going to make, this is already a decision. So I'm in favor of getting a,
Yes.
Just a second, can I ask, when the no votes, there were different reasons given for the no vote. Heather said she just wanted really more delay. Roger said, I want a whole new slate. Charlene, are you a whole new slate? Whole 5 new people to consider?
No, I don't even care at this point, because like I said, this is bullshit, and that's exactly how I feel about it. Because I know what the plan is here,
Okay.
so.
What's the plan?
What's the plan? Yes.
it's sunshine, she can't vote.
Are you waiting
She
until?
can do it here, she can do it here,
You're
it's
right.
not violation of sunshine.
I was just trying to get some direction on, is a delay till we get the, go through the election?
Yes, that's exactly what's happening here.
Okay, I'm just trying to get direction for staff.
Yeah, I think.
Personally, I don't really care what you do.
And that's how I'm feeling about it too.
You gotta do something, I don't.
I need some clarity. You want to get all the players in place, I believe is what you said, Commissioner Rutledge. Which players are you talking about?
Well, we
After the
have,
election?
yes, we had, I think, we could get their, now that I'm thinking about it, we can get people's opinions now. And, we have your opinion, if you stay in the seat, you get asked Mr. Absher, we have, Mr. Farmer here. So maybe I was flushed in that decision. I want to think about it.
But the only people that can vote are the people that are here tonight. So
Yeah,
you
there's,
guys get their
I like to,
opinion.
right, I like to have.
Well, it's also a two-part question. How many people do you want to bring back? And then the next question is, when do you want to bring back? That could be bifurcated into questions, so.
So can I change my vote
Well,
instead?
the way the vote is cast, there almost have to be a new motion.
Okay, I need to think a little bit just before, because,
I make a motion that we reject all 5 candidates and contact Mr. Collins to get a new selection.
Which makes a lot of sense after he sent his top 5, obviously.
Is there a second for that vote? Going once. Motion dies without a second. So where are we right now? We
Moving
have,
right along.
Yeah,
and anyway.
I
Okay.
should have taken a break before this.
you want to speak to that even though we, yes,
I was here for the first go round when Jim came in and we got Jim, and I will tell you he's a great boss. We're staff, we work with this person every day. I would really appreciate it if you guys would take the time to really review the candidates that you have, all of you have. Because the ones you have right now, they don't have the qualifications that he has. Review his qualifications, then look at the agenda or look at the list of people and go from there. But remember, they're gonna be our boss. He will be overseeing us, or she will be overseeing us. And we really, really want you to take the time and find somebody who's gonna meet the qualities and the qualifications that Jim wants. I know there's been issues, but you have to think about staff as well. And what is that person gonna bring to the city and the people? So please, don't rush it. Look at what you have. And if you want more candidates, ask them for more candidates. Because honestly, look at what you have in front of you right now. There's not much. They haven't done a lot with the city. They work as far as fire, or we had military, but they don't have the background. The city needs somebody who's got the background to carry it.
thank you.
I make a motion we table it until we get a chance to review the other candidates that were on the list and bring it back at the next meeting.
It's another motion. Second,
It's a motion to table
motion to take.
Until the next meeting.
until the next meeting,
This is in November.
which gives us a chance to review.
After
Which-
the election.
I mean, we may get done reviewing beforehand and call a special meeting. That would suffice, but it would be a chance to look at the other candidates and maybe change who we want to invite.
So why can't we go back to what I said originally? Can we go ahead and
Well, there's a motion on the floor, so we got to vote on it.
There's another motion.
Yeah, he made a motion to table, so.
Motion to table.
For a second.
Okay.
I will second for discussion. I'm curious as to Commissioner Donato's comments. Very good.
Okay. So you have a motion and a second to table. Before we move ahead, anyone would like to speak to that? Okay. Discussion?
Yeah, we moved this out, I think, moved this out a couple of weeks. And, there are a couple of good candidates in here that I think would be strong to look at, maybe not when we get them in front of us. And there again, we can think they're perfect when we're interviewing them and they end up, like a nightmare. I don't see why we can't go ahead and at least start interviewing. And if we don't like some, we want to bring some back, put on notice, have them ready, and set up a special meeting to meet with a couple of more. And at least move this forward.
I would like the chance to finish reading through all the other candidates to find out if there's a couple more that I'd swap out, a couple of them in this list to invite instead of this group.
That could happen too. I'm sure he'd be happy to send some more.
So I'm looking at the expense of inviting these people here and paying their travel and their hotel rooms and their meals, and then telling them, no, we decided not to have you. Let's read the other applications and see what they say to see if there's some we want to swap out first.
Well, I agree with that too, but waiting for after the election, this dais may be exactly as it is in November, with the exception of one. So,
That's a
first time, I don't know, that's what it's saying. To table the meeting. To table the meeting.
The decision.
The decision.
Table this item.
Table this item, not the meeting, you're right. To table this item, we're not voting on it, we're just putting it off to a later date.
To the next either special or regular call.
Or we can call a special meeting if that's what we need for
Can
the.
you clarify the motion, I'm sorry, I'm just doing all the mental gymnastics here. Is your motion that, we review all of the candidates?
Well, there was 28, and their paperwork isn't any thicker than what these guys are. So it wouldn't take long to read through them.
Okay, I just
To
wanted to
see.
clarify, it wasn't like 5 more, it
But
was all
the
of them.
motion that's on the table is to table.
To table it and
To
still
table, that's,
review.
so we start with that first. The motion is to table. Whatever his intentions were, the motion that we're voting on is to table.
Okay.
Do you have the resumes of all 28?
No.
We got the introduction letters of all 28.
But not all of the background. So. Was that a second? We did it.
We have a second.
Zone one, so back then.
Yes.
Motion to table, vote yes. Zone two,
Yes.
zone three,
No.
zone four.
No.
It's all on my hands. It's a narrow motion to table it, that doesn't give us, that's what I'm saying, it doesn't give us any other leeway, to accept or think about anything else.
It's a table, the motion to table to the next meeting.
To the next meeting.
Regular schedule or call meeting.
Oh, okay, that's the point that I guess you missed, I guess.
To the next.
To the next meeting, whether it's a call meeting or it's until next.
Regular schedule.
So I'll.
could put a name with a face that I support.
Back in session, so if you get out of here, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're now at the quasi. Oh, that's right. We got AG, City Hall, and then Finance Department, right?
And then she's got something.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. I didn't write this down, which I normally do, but I was so, my head was everywhere after all of this. So it's gonna be kind of like a discussion, I guess. So, everybody's aware that the commission makes decisions and the staff is to execute those decisions, right? So I went to City Hall today on a problem that I'm gonna bring up in the next little segment. But I kind of felt like I was getting my ass handed to me while I was there. And, which is fine, I mean, I don't really care. But the problem was, I went to look at what was happening upstairs, and then there was a whole discussion on the windows and what did and didn't happen with the contract that we signed with Shuttleworth to do the windows. Then I was taken outside to look at an issue out there, and by the time I was told that, maybe the commissioners should be a little bit more eyes on, come down and look at stuff instead of making decisions just off a piece of paper. Actually, when we do try to go to City Hall and look at stuff, then we get accused of micromanaging. So, what my question is, moving forward, because depending on how this question gets answered, I want to reconsider what's going on down in the basement with those air conditioning units. So moving forward, who is going to, first off, nobody inspected or had anything to do with the windows that Shuttleworth did, right? That he was just an entity to himself? Is that what I understand?
It was a decision in the town.
I'm not talking about that, Cookie. I'm talking about the way that it was not looked at as the process was happening.
I'm not a window inspector, so no, I didn't look at the windows.
So nobody looked at anything that was going on.
We relied on what you, the vendors, you all picked.
Yeah, it is a bunch of shit. You got that
Yes,
right.
it is, because there was a lot of hours spent putting in, working out the windows, 66 windows.
Cookie, that's not even what I'm talking about, so would you please just shut up?
Let's keep it civil, let's keep it civil.
I was led to believe, when I went outside, that the windows were finished, and all it is a piece of plastic stapled onto the windowsills. I've got photos, it looks like shit. It's not really gonna keep any rain out. But when I got home, I went back in my packet and I looked at the paperwork, and the work obviously is not completed. There's plenty more in there that it says is going to be completed that has to be done. So what I'm trying to figure out is, why was it presented as if it was finished when it plainly is not finished? And moving forward, my thing is that we have a public works director. Can he not just go look at these jobs and say, hey, you're doing this, doing that, whatever? Apparently not. So I just want to know if the project in the basement moving forward, is anybody going to be in charge of that, or you're just gonna let them go do their job, and how's that work?
Well, that requires electrical and whatever and permits, and there is inspection on that. Reglazing windows and fixing window sills doesn't go through. a
So
building
even
inspector.
when you're pulling those window sills out and putting in new ones?
I don't know what was done, all I know is that they took more work on those windows than when he originally did.
He reglazed and resealed and put them back in. So it was like for like, he wasn't changing anything, he didn't.
That's for that windows, but I'm saying what he has to do moving forward, according to the,
The scope of work, for Mark Shuttleworth, the scope of work said that he was making repairs, they were temporary, it states it in the paperwork. The repairs were temporary repairs.
that plastic, that's on there now is temporary.
Those are temporary.
Okay, but then there, it also says on the windowsills that, let me see, I gotta find the picture. No, I can't find my picture. Yeah. I thought it must be on my name, iPad. Anyway, do you have a copy of that thing? Cause I. Okay. Under windowsills, it says apply a flex seal tar paper to all 22 sills. Areas as temporary water intrusion barrier, which he did that.
Instead of the tar paper, he used the rubber sheet.
Right. Remove, that's for temporary. And then he's supposed to remove the rotted seal, scrape old caulking and remove debris, apply cement patch to concrete, seal cracks if needed, repair or replace lower jam deterioration as necessary, install cypress windowsill, exterior caulk all surrounding sill areas, oil-based primer paint, and 2 finished coats of green paint. So has he done that?
No.
So he's not finished?
It's our understanding when he came in with the invoice that what he spent repairing the 5 windows that he replaced upstairs and the patchworks that he did, that it ate up to $10,000, which makes sense because we already knew that quotes to replace, not to replace, to rebuild the windows were coming in at about $3,000 a window.
But he gave us a bid right here, 22 windowsills, 10 windowsills on the second floor and 12 on the first floor, $272 each, comes to a total of $6,000.
And he, as far as what that says, as far as temporary, he did go in and do that. I think the best thing to do is to have Mark come in and take a walk around the building with you and we're not calling this micromanaging, we're asking you guys to come in and take a walk around the building and look at what needs to be done before you approve a piece of paper. And really take a look at what has to get done so that you have a visual. We don't consider that micromanaging. So
But it plainly states right here, we're not gonna hold him to this, what it says had to be done with those windowsills?
No, because what she said, it costs more to fix the upstairs windows to seal them than what was estimated, so.
But he gave us an estimate, and that was what we voted on.
Well, that was an estimate. So did you not want the windows fixed? Then we would have been wasting the money with Serpro because the windows weren't fixed and there was no issue about the mold and the upstairs.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he gave us this list of what was supposed to be completed, and now it's not gonna be completed.
No, he won't be doing anything else unless we ask him to.
Okay,
What the?
I have a question. So the proposal he gave us is just that, it's an estimate of the services and how much it will cost. But the scope of work that's described there is going to cost more than what it was originally quoted, right? So I think maybe what I'm confused about is why we didn't have an additional
saying this is what was gonna be done. I was under the impression this is what we was gonna pay, but that's not what we're getting. Now he's just done the, y'all need to go down there and look at this, because this is ridiculous. My head almost exploded when I saw this. And I don't he signed this, and this is what he gave us, this is how much it was gonna cost, and this is what he was going to do, is what is in this. So I don't understand how this is now all of a sudden our fault that we voted for that. It was presented to us, and that's what we voted on. But we're not getting what we voted on. And everybody seems to be like, oh, well, that's all he's gonna do, that's it.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe hear from him on the additional cost in order to perform the work, and I'd like to examine that. Huh? Do we have someone who is a professional or an expert that can examine that, and maybe we can get a quote for it when it's completed? Or
When it's completed,
yeah, once it's complete, once the work is completed, we should have it installed.
So the windows being replaced and put back in, they're not removing the frames in the windows, they're only removing the sashes, so there's really nothing to inspect. If they were taking the entire frame out and then had to reframe it, then we would do a buck, and then they would put the windows in, but we're not doing that. It's just the two sashes, the upper and lower that come out, he repairs those and then puts them back. The cost to redo those windows is extremely expensive, and I think that Mark attempted to do the best he could, but the cost is exuberant with those. It's the time and the money that goes into them. In all honesty, the windows in the city hall don't need to open. They should have been replaced with solid glass, because that doesn't cover the 66 windows in the building. Out of that, the majority of them all leak. So my office leaks, her office leaks. It's not fixing the biggest part of the problem. The way to do it correctly, replace the windows with solid glass, and then put the grids in, and make it look historic. But that way, you don't have a problem anymore. You get all new framing and everything. But doing it this way and trying to replace every window historically, it'll cost you a fortune.
That's not the way it was presented to us.
and I know the windows are gonna cost a fortune, it's the window sills job that I have a problem with. Because it plainly says he's gonna replace those sills.
And don't the sills come down and connect with the windows?
They're at the bottom.
Correct. So that's not repairing, that's replacing. So we don't have to have that inspected in case the window comes down, the window comes down and doesn't.
The window sits in a track, and the sill sits above it.
Well, this is a shock for me because I've been playing this around waiting to get to go up and see, what it looks like up there. Obviously, we're nowhere close to getting it completed. And when it's here in writing, and it's the proposal that was accepted, 10 window sills, 22 sills, $6,000, 4 bottom window sashes restored, $3,000. So what else did we need to make this agreement stand for the 22 windows?
Once he started the windows, he realized at the time it took to do the windows.
But that's his problem.
That's what my recommendation is, if we can walk in and take you for a walk around the building, he can show you the work that he did. And then
us this, telling us he could do this for this price. He's the expert. How are we supposed to know any different?
Well, I think that's a lot.
Well, couldn't you come back to us or get invited back to
I-
staff?
He's here.
Talk to us?
the person that the commission identified, and his team with Mark, that would be
Well,
responsible for this project.
Mr. Rotunda was involved.
And, well, he's not here.
He's
to
not
say-
on the windows.
He's not, but he was AC, so maybe he might have some additional insight, because that's when you identify when he in charge of the project. I mean, you weren't there at that time. But maybe we should ask him what this service is not for. Cookie.
Nah, we know.
Let me explain something. Let's do this the right way, okay? She's rattling on, she knows what she's talking about. In the first place, she's talking about those rubber things. What are those rubber things? Let me explain something to you. Mark was worried about the water as it was coming in. He put every one of them damn rubber things in there for nothing. Bought the rubber, I was with him when he bought it, and we put it in every window so it would protect the rain. That's what he did, as his own, for himself. Then, we got started, we went around and checked all the windows, found out which one's the worst one was. And there's things that came up, perfect example, her office. It was leaking like I said, right? That wasn't included, but what they do, did the whole beam, fixed everything in that room. That didn't cost $10. That's a lot of money, but he did it, okay? And then we got started, and it was a situation, and it was my idea, okay? They were working upstairs, and I thought, wait a minute, we should. I talked to Mark, and I said, look, I talked to Jim from Salt, or whatever that surfer. Yeah, I talked to him. And I said to Mark, I said, look, let's forget about these other windows right now. Let's concentrate on upstairs and get all the windows done in that room up there. So when they walk there to do their job, we're not involved with it, the whole thing. So, Mark, okay. Now let me tell you something, lady. Every one of those damn windows upstairs in the front were tore out, completely rebuilt, painted and everything else, and everything was all done brand new. Those windows upstairs were all finished, because we wanted to get it done before they get up there and start finishing the room up. And that was it. But there was so much other stuff that was involved, and that price was to try to get the worst windows we could. Now, sills, okay? I was with it. We went and bought all them new sills, all cedar, everything is all cedar, to do those sills. And believe it or not, lady, you go count the damn thing, there's 22 brand new sills in those windows, and I'll take you around and show you. So don't say it wasn't done, that was done. But Mark let me finish.
Go ahead.
Mark got involved, and I'll be honest with you, when he gave me the price and everything else we did, I said, Mark, he says, Cookie, I can only judge from what we see. First window we judged from was in the museum. Tore that one out, and he did it from top to bottom. This man took it to his shop and did it. So we could get an idea of what it would really cost to do the windows. And they did that window top to bottom, and then he sat down and started figuring out where we were going and everything. But there was so much other stuff involved in getting that done. So don't sit there and say the man didn't do his job. Let me tell you something. He did more than his job. So the other windows are finished and they're completely done. Top, bottom, sash, and everything else. So I'm sorry I get excited because damn it all, he put a lot into it and I put a lot into it. And the trouble is, like Jim will back us up, he didn't realize it was going to cost him upstairs. Just to take those windows out and bring them down. You're talking, we figured the bottom windows, right? Now you start taking them up and down. How much it cost to take those? It took them almost 5.5 days taking all that stuff out taking it and fixing it and putting it back up there. So don't say it wasn't done, it was done, believe me. So I just want to say,
So you're saying all 22 windows were done?
I didn't say all
No,
22
okay,
windows.
I'm trying to.
The sills, the new sills, the bottom part, which was rotted, okay? We went out, got the sills and all that stuff, they put them in there. The sills, now the windows are different. But we did the worst windows that we had, and then when it came to upstairs, we said, I said, wait a minute, let's concentrate on getting those windows done if we're gonna do that auditorium upstairs. And it worked out perfect. We got them all done, and he was done 2 days before they started doing the insulation. So I just wanted to say, I'm sorry I get excited about it. We put a lot into it and everything else. Okay, now with Angelo, right? Angelo, we laid that building out and everything else. He went to the architect, there's a lady who will back it up, went to the architect and stuff, and he couldn't do it until he got the plans from the building, correct? Remember? Okay. The architect said he get the plans from the building and stuff, and I can finish it up and get it done. And then we found out we didn't have the survey, remember? We made it 5.5 weeks for a survey. Alright? But Angelo was ready to put that in. He would have put it right in actually 4 weeks to be done with it. So we had a lot of problems with that and stuff. But in the meantime, Angelo got his man in, and we replaced the one air conditioner that was bad. And then that stupid one, brand new, we put it in there, but the damn thing went bad. But he fixed it. So Angelo, with that window, he has nothing to do with it. He wanted it done, finished. Angelo was ready to go and stuff. Now we got it. We got the survey, correct? And did you get the stuff to Angelo for sort of the architect to do the building?
Yeah, he had everything. I didn't just want to get back.
Okay, because I thought it was too, well, we can have it, 2 weeks.
Yeah, he
So
had.
Angelo's gonna do that. And those air conditioners had to come out of that cellar. When I went down and saw them in the store, there was that much water downstairs in the air conditioners. 2 of them they said they could rebuild, and the one they were gonna get a new one, which they did, and then that thing went bad. But Angelo has worked hard and ready to do that thing, and he's gonna do everything right. So that's all. I'm sorry, but I get very excited when we.
No, that's fine. I
break
just
the
have
grass
to
and try to
ask
do
a
something.
question. So, based on the windows,
Right.
that you know all the sills were taken care of, or sashes, or whatever they're called, in your opinion, do you think those windows that are left are fine? Or do we
No.
have to go back and?
What we did is, we tried to get the worst windows first, okay? And then we got into a lot of stuff like with her room, with the beams and all that. There's a lot of extra stuff that he got into. Here's perfect sense. Sounds stupid, but you know the entrance ways that go into the building? Whoever had done that, they just primed them and didn't paint it. You know what? Angelo had his men go out, and Mark had his men go out. I was there today, 2 days to paint those things, just because it bothered Mark. So, but here's the thing, we did what we could do, and there's the man on the back. And we figured it out what we had done. Yes, it was more than we figured to do. We got into it more than we did, but that's done. That part's done, and it's done right. There is more windows to be done, but we had figured it out, and I talked to Jim about it with Mark, and we talked about them having, what we did was emergency stuff. Now, if we want to, Mark will come in like every couple of months and do 2 windows or 4 windows, or whatever we need to do as we're going. Because a lot of the windows just have to be all cleaned up and painted, and sealed. That's all. But the ones we did, we had to tear out and fix and put new. So that's.
So this moved from a volunteer project then, correct, from the beginning? Because I think when I read this, and I've been carrying it with me.
Yes.
I never take it out and change this. So, is this still a volunteer project? We pay for materials?
did a lot of volunteer work. Angela does a lot of volunteer work too. Either one of them, both of them are saying they do a lot. But anyhow, not volunteer work, but he did a lot of volunteer stuff. So we're working, we've got to accomplish what was an emergency to get done upstairs and get the other one was done. The rest of them can be just not even taken out, and just scrape them and clean them and put the stain and paint the windows. Now, did they come back to you with the price for taking the building?
No.
Not yet?
He's supposed to be getting it.
Not yet?
Yeah, he's supposed to be getting it.
Okay, because that, we gotta include with that, if they're gonna do that, because what's the biggest part of painting a building? The windows gotta be done, the painting stuff for the windows and some other stuff. We're not painting the brick, the block.
So for the commission, I hope the commission will at least get some information on how much the balance is gonna be on finishing this, because we've already just gone through a budget this time, so.
Well, Jim, they talked to Jim from Serpro, and he's giving them a price now, correct?
He's supposed to be giving us a price now.
So,
For painting the building and finishing that stuff up.
Which the building has to be painted.
so Serpro is doing this now?
That's, they have the whole construction sites, they're doing the construction work. One portion of their company does the mold remediation, and the other part came in and did the rebuilding, so they have two separate divisions. And out of this process, I said, you can give me a price, but that's not been authorized.
But we're working on getting the rest of it done.
If it's at all possible, I would love to hear from Mr. Shuttleworth himself, and he could go through this, proposal that we originally received, so he could explain everything that, I'm definitely not an expert, but, I'd like to hear from him about, the work that was completed, removing the rotted cells, scraping the old copy, removing the debris, install cypress window cells, and then you've got the window sash restoration, removing temporary plywood shield, install bottom sash window, adjust sash port. I mean, I'd love to hear a little bit about, which pieces of this have been completed, which pieces are still remaining, and of that remaining, could we receive a change order for that? Because I do see the last line of the, on page 2, it says, this process could be budgeted over a 2-year period with priority given to the worst conditions first. So it seems to me this will be continuing project, and I expected there would be some additional work needed, that we were only doing the emergency pieces originally. So, and also I wasn't prepared today with inspecting, I wasn't aware that we had finished or wrapped up the project. So I too was carrying it around waiting to hear about finishing the project, and we've had, this was April 3rd, it looks like, so we're hitting about 6 months, and so I'd love to see, just where we are in the project, and if maybe we could invite Mr. Shuttleworth back at a meeting if everyone's agreeable.
Well, he's gonna tell you the same thing I just told you, what he did. That's what, he's gonna tell you what he did, same thing I'm telling you, I did. Because I was there working with him, making sure everything was done. What you see there, I would say probably with no exaggeration, at least 80% of that original is done, okay? There's a lot of extra stuff, like I say, with her room, they have to do reconvene and do some other, now the sills, he went out and got all cedar sills for it, put them all in, they're all in. So, I mean, as far as that goes, I don't know, I would say that he's done his job, and what we have to work out with him is that the rest of it as we go along. But now, if the pro is gonna paint the building, then he might be including the windows, so then we don't have to worry about that. But the windows that were rotted, most all are fixed. They're done. Thank you.
Okay, back to, just like everything in this town, if you question something, everything gets blown out of proportion. I just want to know, when we vote on a we assume this is what we're getting, is what's in the proposal. Now, is there 22 windowsills up there that have new windowsills? I mean, is there 22 new windowsills up there?
If that's what, I haven't.
I told him, go up and count them if you want.
On top of what goes on the server. Because those are my permanent jobs, those are what I've been keeping an eye on, is what's going on with server.
So then all of this drama today at City Hall that I got drug into was for nothing, apparently.
What drama did you get drugged into?
Oh, well, how I got told, honest to God, I felt disrespected, berated, and talked down to.
Because I said.
Because you said, this is what y'all get for accepting a bid on a piece of paper, and that somebody should be down here watching this, and it was like, it was all our fault for voting on this, and staff was taking no responsibility for anything. And you even said that you weren't taking no
I
responsibility.
said, I'm not a window guy, so. I don't inspect windows, it's never been my job.
I understand that. But you could, from what Mr. Cook is saying, they did work that wasn't on here. Okay, that's all well and good, I appreciate that. But when you have a proposal, and it was for certain work to be performed, that's the work that should be performed.
Not when it's an estimate, Charlie. You get an estimate at your house, you get an estimate doing things in, and if you get into a place where you're doing cabinets or whatever, and you find
So
there's
this is
additional
just
work
an
to be
estimate?
done, you update your price to get the job done. I could have told him, don't do the windows, and then what's the reason for spending the money, then even fix the upstairs if you don't fix the windows?
So what's
That-
Well, so we
How
got
long
five
did your building sit molded? Because you all did nothing.
Exactly. Exactly. I've been bitching about that for 3 years, because we did nothing. Okay.
So this.
That building was molded before I got here.
I'm not saying you.
Okay.
I'm saying there is like no maintenance going on in this town for anything, and that's how this stuff gets that way.
I'm
All right.
curious,
Let's go.
if we could, I'm just curious when this is voted on, and we expect, like Ms. Bishop is saying, that the work is being completed, who do we count on to follow up to find if the work has been completed to satisfaction, or if it needs, a change order?
I authorized what they did because they're in the middle of, if those windows weren't done, then we'd have Serpro laid off. And there's cost and time and vendors. I authorized them to go ahead and get the windows done so the upstairs is not.
Okay, so that means that the work on here has been completed.
No, the upstairs windows
The
are
upstairs.
complete.
Okay, I follow.
And they cost more than what we started out doing.
Did we vote on that?
You voted on the 10,000 or whatever, and the windows are done. You wanna fire me? Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay.
I think there's, what about the 12 sills on the first floor? Because I am seeing 12 window sills on the second floor, and, or sorry, 10, did I say 12? Sorry, 10 on the second floor, 12 on the first floor. So I heard, what I heard, I'm sorry.
Cookie, did he do the 12 sills?
Yes, he
All of
did.
it, okay.
They're all they're all cedar. He got cedar. He didn't put no wood in there but cedar. And his man cut every one of them to fit.
Well, I was going back to, if Servpro's doing it, it didn't come before the commission for us to vote on it, we don't know what it's gonna cost us. No, not the windows, but the upstairs or whatever they're doing. I didn't know anything about that.
I
come back with a proposal for y'all to decide, look, this is how much it's gonna cost to finish it. You know, I ran into unforeseen circumstances, and then y'all address it at that point in time. That would have Mr. Shuttleworth here explaining to you what he did. But you need to know, what is it gonna cost? Now that you've gone through all this, Mr. Shuttleworth, you should have a really good idea of what the balance of it's gonna cost. And I personally don't remember, I'm not saying it said, I don't remember it being presented as, this is my ballpark estimate, it could be more than that. I don't remember that, you know, but he ran into unforeseen circumstances. If I remember correctly, I thought he took out a window, did it, and to see how much it would actually be to do it, and then came back with his proposal. That's for y'all to deal with. Yes, you have a contract, he has a proposal, but as Jim said, you gotta get it done because you're interfering with other things. He needs to come back to y'all with a proposal to say this is how much it's gonna cost to finish the work. And that should be pretty firm, because based on what he's done, what he's explored, looked into, he should have a better way of doing an estimate now than we did the cost before. So, you know, that, my view is that he got a contract. Now, what y'all wanna do with the contract, that's up to y'all. He had a contract to do X, and apparently he didn't do all of X, a lot of X, but not all of X. What you wanna do with that, that's up to y'all. But you need to get a cost estimate back from him to say, this is how much it's gonna cost to finish. And I think I would ask him to come back with a proposal, come back to a meeting, and then you can address all these issues. And get a new, do a change, in essence, a change order. Or if y'all wanna approve, that's up to y'all. Your other option is, go get a quote from someone else to go finish the work, and you say, you know, Mr. Shuttleworth, we had a contract for X. It cost us 2X to do your work, you owe us money. You breached the contract, and you can take that position if you want to. I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm just saying that you have a contract, your choice is, do you enforce it or do you work with the person? That's gonna come down to the decision y'all make. But I think you need to have them come in, explain what happened, this is what he thinks it's gonna cost. Give you another quote to finish the work, and then y'all decide what to do. That's my recommendation.
Do we just need consensus or a motion?
You're not taking action, I mean, you're not, you're saying this is what we would like. I think consensus is okay, I'll defer to Jim on that, but I think if that's what y'all want, y'all can have, you know, Jim ask him and give a cookie to come back and say, all right, we need an update, we need to know where we are, what's it gonna cost to finish, no, what's going on, that's my recommendation. Is that what y'all want?
I would say it's necessary in as much as that we got a proposal that shows 22 windows and we got 5 or 6. Yeah, I kind of think that we should try to see
So, I think you really gotta know exactly what he has done, what was in the contract, what has been completed, what's left. And if y'all want, it'd be kind of a pain to do, but y'all could call a special meeting and walk around with a recorder and do your meeting over there at City Hall. If you want, have a meeting over there at City Hall and try to accommodate with a reporter and have a public meeting, and you walk around and look at everything. Or y'all can do it one-on-one, however y'all want to do it. But I think you gotta get from where you are to finish. And it's always best to stick with, unless you really got a bad situation, stick with your contractor, work with them to finish it up, and be done with it. That's always been my experience to be the best situation to deal with, because changing contractors is a horrible idea. And this is a very unique situation. We know Marshall, former mayor, they're throwing in a lot of extra work and a lot of volunteer time, you know, but maybe now you see why the quote from the third-party people was so high. They kind of try to factor in, we're gonna run into this kind of stuff, and they threw that big number in there, so. But my recommendation is, ask Mr. Shuttleworth to come to a meeting so he can update the status and give a proposal to finish the work, a change order to finish the work, is what my recommendation is.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Does that suit everybody?
Yeah, I think that's what we should
was looking through the budget that was posted online, and something just didn't look right to me. Some of the dates are weird, I don't know, the whole, sorry. It just didn't look right. And in the process of going through it line by line, I noticed that there was a line item there for Ivy Hahn, and thanks to you for bringing up the bonds that we hold for them. I realized that $10,000 was, they're supposed to be paying us $10,000 a year to hold those bonds. We have not been receiving that $10,000 because they have to be invoiced for it. They haven't been being invoiced for it. I guess y'all only found 2 today? Did you find 2?
I mean, there's receipts in our system for back in June of 20 and January of 21.
Okay. Supposedly 21 and 22 are there, but they can't
No,
find
20 and 21.
20 and 21. That's what you found, right?
That's what we have, invoices and checks.
Okay. Did you look? Well,
No, we did, we can't find invoices for 22, 23, and we definitely didn't do ones for 24, 25, and we've got no payments for 22, 23.
Okay. Maybe if you look, I don't know, maybe Dominique's P file or drive or whatever the heck.
We have access to all of that, Charles.
It wasn't in there?
No,
Okay.
we have access.
So anyways, it's on our budget every year that is income coming into the city. We're not getting that money. So I want to know where our finance guy is in all of this, and I would like to have a workshop where we can sit down and discuss what we need to do with finance director or person moving forward. Because this obviously is a total oversight that should have been caught. I mean, you're putting it in the line item every year, but you're not getting the money. So I would like to know if anybody else is interested in maybe getting together and seeing what we want to do as far as a new finance person moving forward. In-house, another company, whatever.
Would that be a question that would come up on audit? Because if you have an invoice that is not being paid, then we're losing $10,000
You would think.
a year, and then the auditor.
There's no invoice not being paid.
Well,
They weren't invoiced.
Okay, but how would the money?
But it's shown as an income. We're just not getting it. It's shown as money coming in, but there's no money coming in. And it's supposed to be coming in. So they just carried it over year after year after year, and we don't have the money.
But the school will be billed.
Well, there's our $40,000 that came out of the road fund, isn't it?
Well, it won't. It doesn't come out of that, but the school will be billed for the years that, because we have the legal documents from the law.
But do they have any recourse for us
No.
waiting so long to invoice them? No?
They owe, they know they owe. They know they owe it, they got the same documents that we got. They were the bond closing, it was part of the bond.
That's fine that we're gonna get the money, but still in all, I'm not happy with this finance situation.
Until you asked today, and you know they owe us money.
Right.
Because that wasn't carried over legally, we didn't collect any money during.
That's what I'm saying, so nobody knew. So,
And you're saying Dominique, but that's fine, why not have Dominique come here?
no, I'm just
Because
saying,
apparently
maybe,
she runs the city from outside.
what is wrong with you?
No, I'm telling you that because everything we get is Dominique. Because Dominique doesn't work here anymore, okay? Dominique is.
Excuse me?
Community.
She didn't do shit.
Oh, okay, Dominic didn't do shit, okay, like y'all are working your asses
Well,
off.
language,
Are you serious right now?
let's keep it civil, folks, before we go.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You can't say a freaking thing.
Charlie.
No, everybody takes everything so damn personal. What?
Take the high road.
Let it go, let it go.
Oh my God, I just found $40,000 and I'm the asshole.
No, you did us a good thing.
Whatever.
Not that part, Charlie. It's the other.
ridiculous. Nobody can't bring up a damn thing in the city, nothing's gonna change, it's just gonna keep on running half-assed like it has been doing forever.
It's not the bringing it up part, it's the reactions you're having with the staff and the communications between the two.
I'm not doing this.
She may have ended it, or she is, there needs to be a little more respect shown to the
There needs to be a little more.
Okay.
Need a strong mayor.
Strong commission.
Amen.
All right, so where are we at right now?
I'd like to focus on getting business done.
Agenda that Charlene left at this point.
So did the clerk.
Yeah.
She went out behind us, so.
Maybe they'll be.
I think we should take 5 minutes.
I think we'll cut this off right here. Did you get all that on camera? Did you get all that on camera?
I'll put some, Charlie, I've done it since I was little.
You're always getting in the thing.
Where's Rydell High's coach? So requested what, 10:30, 11?
No, I mean, there's a cutoff
There's
time.
a cutoff time where we gotta make a motion to extend it.
What was the extension time?
Come on, oh, hang on, wait a minute.
I was the one that made that motion, and then it was put in effect the next meeting, and.
I always thought a late meeting violates the sunshine law. I would thought, because it's just not reasonable for people to be here.
If you go by that, any meeting after the sun sets is violating the sun.
There you go. You won't get any argument from me.
That was a meeting that made the motion that we have a cutoff time for a meeting, and it would take effect on the next meeting. And I got up and walked out at 12 o'clock, because it wasn't the next meeting, but.
It was like an 11, I think it's like 11.
So 11 o'clock, that you have to have a majority of a motion to allow us to continue
Yeah, but she goes down there and fires it up. You see her. It's unprofessional. Ask her to see what you guys think. She goes down there and
Joey, good evening.
I was curious to see where, Commissioner Bishop was going with the conversation about, director, and, maybe we could bring this back at the next meeting, because I would like to hear more on that. If there was something else that she felt was missing, I'm, remiss that she's left us today, but I would like to continue the discussion and see if there is something that we can do that will, improve our processes and, not have things slip through the cracks like that. That's a big, chunk of money that I'd like to make sure we're not missing anything else. So, I don't know if y'all are okay with bringing that back at the next meeting.
And in between times,
revenue side, we don't see, we see the expenses.
I see.
And the variance report is always on expenses, so that is something that we find out the record and let you know.
Okay. So you want to put a note to him, or?
Oh, no, we've already started that process.
Okay. Was that
I just have a question.
question?
Is it the city's intention to invoice Aon for $40,000?
We'll verify the number of years they haven't been invoiced.
Whatever they haven't paid.
Yeah, they,
How quickly do you think that'll happen?
in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Okay.
So if we ever find out about whether we need a motion to extend the meeting.
It's getting close. You're not there yet? 15 minutes? There was a resolution that we passed several years ago that meetings that went after a certain period of time, this is 11 o'clock, it would require a vote in order to continue the meeting. That's what Scott's going to look into. I made that motion, so I was there then, but it's been a long time. Anyway, since Charlene left, and that was the issue that she brought up, was the finance, so we're at the place now of the quasi judicial hearing.
No, we got nine, so the Volusia County Community Assistance Program.
Oh, that was the other one that was there.
You don't have anything.
No, I put it as a note to be added to, that was 8I. 8I. Okay. What was that alphabet again? No, I mean, what?
The Volusia County Community Assistance Program. VCCA.
BCCA.
Yeah. We won't have any paperwork.
All right.
Send us a note.
That's something that I want to.
Yes, that was your
That
idea.
was my addition.
Yes. Would you?
Pardon me?
No, would you go ahead?
Yes, I will. More than happy to. This week I got, well, someone got in touch with me from Volusia County Community Assistance Program. They still have some EN dollars that they need to spend, and they're going throughout all of the cities in Volusia County. And what they're proposing is to bring in huge semi-truckloads full of food in boxes. And they wanted to know if we would like to join in. The food's free, it won't cost the city a penny. Like I said, it's through Volusia, it's through the county, Volusia County. The caveat to this is that they've got to, spend the money in October and no later than the first week of November. They want to lose those monies. What they'd like to do is they're looking at the equestrian center because there's such a large parking area there. And where they can line up the semis, and then the flow of traffic would go better over in that area. So all the people would have to do is drive up in their car, pick up their box of food, be on their way. They always stay until they run out. It takes about 4 or 5 hours. And also, I do need to mention that Volusia County Community Assistance is partnering with Farm Share, and Farm Share works closely with Florida Agricultural. So all of the food, everything is top quality that's been donated through federal funding going through the states down to the county. So I told this gentleman I would call him back tomorrow. I'd have to bring it to the commission to see if he would approve it. I think it's a great idea for our citizens. I know in the villas, there's many seniors out there that need food, probably an awful lot right here in the city. And I would like, we don't have a date certain.
know, we can put it out to also on
Correct.
the app and post it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was one of the county notices that we get emails on, and I misinterpreted what they were talking about.
Will the newspapers help? Just put that on the side.
It should be, because they issued it as a.
I haven't heard about it yet, but I don't get those, delay this.
County sends them out as a public notice, I figure all the press. And sign up, sign up and receive them.
I think what he's doing is just calling the cities, getting commissioners' names or something like that, and it just happened to be.
Well, that's, be grateful for that, and the folks in general with circumstances. We're now moving to the quasi-judicial. Does anyone have any contact with any of the late addresses that were here? No offense, new fence, and new sign. No contact. Any questions anyone would like to inquire? Can we just make a group?
Just for clarification before you do that,
Yes, sir.
number D, the address is South Lakeview Drive.
Not west.
Yeah.
D is South Lakeview Drive.
The paperwork inside
Is correct.
has the correct address.
Okay.
Our notes don't.
Alright.
I make a motion that we accept the COAs for A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Motion moved in second, all in favor? Aye. All in favor?
Yeah.
So passed. Okay, moving right along. City Commissioners report. We got something else?
I don't know where the expense thing comes in here, if anybody had any questions on that.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about this city
Please.
expense report? Great. I was just wondering about, TV card services. There's 14 of them listed. Are those all from, is that how many cards we have, or is that all from the same month or different months, or?
Where are you?
On page 1 of the expense report,
Page
bottom,
100.
there were 14 TV card services. They all say August. Or is it just because different amounts go to different line items?
Yeah.
Is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean,
Different
yeah,
numbers?
yeah, each one of them is a different line item, right?
Okay.
So it's not that they're,
It's all, you know, it's.
yeah, there's only a couple of city cards.
Okay, right. And they're all coded differently.
Yeah.
Because I saw, what had me wondering was the, oh no, that is a different number, I was gonna say, 1101, and then 12. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Just the other-
It would be like a different department, and then, you know, the numbers on the end then go to the, you know, an actual line item, you know, what that was, if it was office supplies, if it was, you know, purchase a road, or something in terms of that.
Yeah, I think my eyes were blurred when I was looking at it. And then one other question about, Hopkins Inc., the A-zone. See a couple on, page 2, and then I think there's a couple more on page 3.
That's your chlorine deliveries.
So it's just all of the.
Yeah,
don't have that, we can table it and bring it back.
It's open.
I'll second for discussion, so if the motion doesn't die.
Well, I can pull my motion, that's.
My internet's frozen.
I don't see anything on that payment list.
No. make a motion that we approve this,
MSI.
MSI, thank you.
Thank you. Second.
All right, motion, second, any further thought? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Motion passed.
Thank you, I have been
All
wondering
right, you
since I
do.
started on the commission. It's okay.
Is that you're on now, Jim?
Well, yeah, there's an item in there, you have in your packet, I put information in there for a company called High-Tech. Our current provider is Big Sur out of Tampa, and we don't have the best customer service.
Thank you.
Big Sur,
Yeah.
tell me about it.
Tell me about it.
Okay.
It never worked.
So,
All right,
went out and we got some other prices, and what I'm presenting to you is a company, iTech. They're in Ocoee. They do several governments, and they are about $2,500 a month less than what we're paying now for iTech. Pardon?
And they included a sole source letter indicating that they provided you their unique type of service that's in your package. So, this was not bid, so in your motion to approve, you have to approve waiver bidding as part, because of the sole source.
I didn't understand that, I apologize.
Sole source? Yeah, there's a letter in the packet from the company saying that they're the only company in the Central Florida area that combines certain things beyond bidding, but they explained that they're the only ones who do it, they're a sole source.
Okay.
So this was not competitively bid, so you want to, and the code allows you to waive the bidding if you have, one of the reasons is for sole source. So, I would say make that part of the motion.
Are we ready for a motion? I make a motion that we approve high-tech, and waive formal bidding because of sole source.
Second.
any comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. So passed.
And I also want to make a motion that we extend the meeting until midnight or sooner.
Second.
So fall.
I guess it is the second motion, we're going to extend the meeting? All in favor, yes. Aye. Aye. None.
All right,
One no.
With us hiring the company that's going to digitize our records, if there's an opportunity or a need, do we need to make a motion to allow him to hire a temporary employee?
we can wait. Let's get them in the process started, we can come back. Okay? All right, we have two more items in reference to purchasing. Rick, you wanna?
Yeah.
They're underneath, they're with Rick, so.
Yeah. In your package, you have a picture of a dump truck. I'm gonna sweep this to you, like, off hand, so I don't know what I gotta say, that'll be. It says, good evening, as you know, our dump truck has been offline for the past year and not worked for training due to age, condition, parts availability. This new budget was approved of $105,000 for a new dump truck to replace our old one. We have found one left over from last fiscal year's pricing on the Bradford County Sheriff's contract with a cost of $89,329.80 that is available within a few weeks after being delivered to dump head. As of today, the new pricing increase, which was actually October 1, pricing increase, the same truck is going to likely more than was budgeted, and the lead time of the truck is 4 to 6 months minimum. Possibly longer, so I'm asking permission to purchase the truck under the Broward County Sheriff's contract piggybacking, as they've done in the past, so we can get much needed piece of equipment for our road repairs, road energy, tree debris, and much more. This will be well under our budget amount, if approved, adding our safety lights and a few things budgeted, fire service and things like that put on it. We should have at least $10,000 savings from what I budgeted.
Ricky, you continue to amaze
gotta have it to perform the job. And I found some really good ones that, we actually found one today that actually has extended warranty, every low hours, it's coming in right around 30 or so. So you have to wait this so we can purchase it. When you purchase used, I have to go to buy it right now, I can't wait. You know, I don't know if this is still here or not, this is still there. So I'd like to be able to purchase one, but I have to go and get it right then and purchase it. We've done it in the past, for our bucket truck, our water truck, the little Nissan, I've done it in the past with success. You know, I have a mechanical background, so I'm gonna make sure everything's okay from what I see.
And remind me again what the budget was
The
for
budget was 45, so you're gonna save another 10, if not more, depending on what I want. You'll have a $20,000 minimum savings right now for the budget.
You're asking for authorization to spend up to
Up to 35. What's that now?
We took 200,000 out of our,
We took a, yes, part of it comes, half of it comes out of ARPA, and half of it comes out of utilities, the way we got it split.
And are we looking at the 2024-2025 budget or the 2025-2026 budget?
This budget, yeah, the budget, we've already budgeted it right now. So it's been budgeted and everything, so,
Yes.
yes. It's in my, the packet I gave you during the budget.
I have it. I just wanted to clarify that it was gonna be one, not the one month.
and you're gonna use this for what?
It rolls the roads, you know, mill it, so on the roads, and packs everything.
Is that heated? Is that roller heated?
No.
It's not the steam when it comes out.
No.
How much is this one? I'm sorry.
30.
We're asking to waive and let us allow us to purchase one with a cap of 35,000. So I can purchase a used one. New ones are around 45, depending on what you buy and everything, but I can see some really good ones we can get and save some money.
I make a motion, we authorize them to purchase a roller with a cap price of $35,000.
Second.
Second. All in favor? Any discussion? Aye. So passed.
Thank you. We're gonna write up about the lightning strike.
So, yeah, we got hit by lightning, at the water system that knocked out our SCADA and alarms and what have you. We filed a claim with, FMIT and gone ahead and given Ricky authorization from the auditor to, or not the auditor, the, insurance adjuster to go ahead and get the repairs ordered done. We could be looking at about a $37,000.
We've
Yeah.
got,
So we may have to front the money until the insurance comes in, because we can't wait for an insurance check, because we don't have an alarm system now. And so like that, one day when the chlorine, whatever there, those kinds of things can go on if we don't get this
Right.
up and running pretty quick.
we're probably gonna be, we put the claim in for around 60 because we have some other stuff we try to get going. But 37 now something will be a replacement for everything. It'll also be upgraded because they can't get the equipment we have now. Each well will be independent. If we have the main plant going now, right now the main plant's not running. They're running by themselves, those two plants. This will allow each plant to call out on its own if it has a problem. The redundancy will be built in, and it brings us up, the programming we are on now, that program runs, the computer program that runs it is proprietary. And Marty's bought the proprietary. We cannot touch it. They can come out and tell us the same brand to write one program, and we have no choice. This will be non-proprietary. Anybody can work on it. And it does our full upgrade to bring us up to everything brand new.
Thank you for staying on.
Moving into the future.
We're trying. Trying to keep the water on.
Is there anything else?
Yes, sir.
Anybody? Everybody?
I have something.
You have something?
Yes. Okay, first, I just valuable assets we have in our employees if we are not careful with the words that we are choosing. We represent the city in these meetings, and it's really important to me that we retain the talent that we have. Moving on from that, on a lighter hearted note, I wanted to thank Alan and the Butler Express crew for continuing Light Up Lake Helen for its fourth year, I think? Third year? Third year. And I believe that there are some monies left over from previous
date is it?
25th,
Twenty-fifth.
October 25th.
Yeah.
25th?
Saturday before Halloween.
Yeah.
I missed it.
Okay.
Never mind.
I get candy and bring our patrol car there too for the boys.
Just an update on the CAC.
Ricky will bring his truck.
Oh,
I reached out to the Louisiana government and they steered me back, to, a gentleman who's on their board, but he's, with Palmer Bank, commercial real estate, and he's based out of, Orange City. He came out and showed the facility with Ricky and I, and so he's putting a report together to bring back, to present in there what what potentially might go in there, and what a lease would look like, what the potential lease rates could be, and what have you, and so when we get that, I'll bring that back, so hopefully in November, at the very latest, we can.
He was very
Did we
informative.
get any input from the community on different organizations that want to potentially use it? I know we got the one from the food vendor.
Yeah, but I mean, but we haven't reached out in the sense that we want some formal way for people then to apply. Then if you choose to, let's say there's a nonprofit that wants it, maybe that's different than a vendor who wants to use it to make money. I mean, you know, it's the empanadas, I'm just using him as an example, so that may be a different debate that you have, or discussion you have about how you want to use it over. So at least trying to get the expertise in reference to commercial real estate and market, so we have some idea. Because I reached out to every city manager in Volusia that they had, and all of them said, no, we haven't done anything like this, or we've taken a city building. We all come built one, but that was done, it's all part of the process of take one of the villages and then put it out, so we want someone to come in and potentially lease it or whatever. So when I contacted
I'm
them,
gonna say because the center is managed and
Yeah.
they rent it out.
yeah, no, but meaning, it wasn't like a building the city had, and said, oh, we're gonna go ahead and do this. That whole concept was, all of that was built in terms of that, so our building wasn't started that way. So anyway, we stopped costing us anything, so we'll get that proposal, and then we can decide then how you want to go forward. We get that information.
You have a lot of good information. I learned a lot about how they lease and what you